The fire never went out. The air was thick with smoke and sweat, and the only pillow was a shared sack of straw. Tonight, we crawl inside the dim, crowded world of a Viking longhouse, where warriors, families, animals, and strangers all slept, side by side. Between the snoring, the stench, and the bone-chilling cold, even the bravest modern soul would beg for daylight. You might survive the raid, but not the rest. If ancient discomforts and softly told struggles help ease you into sleep, you've found the right hearth. Subscribe now and hit the bell icon to keep exploring the rough, real, and often restless nights of the past, one gentle story at a time. Before we continue, I'd love to know, where are you listening from, and what time is it for you right now? It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching. The embers of the central hearth glow dimly through a dense haze of smoke that hangs like a low cloud beneath the timber beams of the longhouse roof. It is early winter, in the Norse settlement of Kaupangra, somewhere along the fjords of what will one day be known as Norway, and the year is approximately 875 CE. Outside, a bitter wind howls across the settlement, carrying with it the first flakes of what promises to be a heavy snowfall. Inside the longhouse, you would find yourself in a world utterly foreign to your modern sensibilities, a world where survival depends on enduring conditions that would make even the hardiest 21st century camper recoil in dismay. The longhouse before you stretches some 25 meters in length and 7 meters in width, its walls bowing outward slightly at the center in a shape reminiscent of an overturned ship. This is no coincidence. The same skilled hands that craft the famed dragon-headed longships also apply their knowledge to building these sturdy dwellings. The walls rise to a height of about 2 meters before the roof begins its slope upward to a central ridge some 5 meters from the packed earth floor, Hurstwick. A series of thick wooden posts runs down the center of the structure, supporting heavy crossbeams that in turn bear the weight of the roof. The roof itself is a complex layering of materials, wooden rafters covered with a lattice of smaller branches, then topped with thick layers of turf that provide surprisingly effective insulation against the Nordic cold. Small gaps between the rafters serve a dual purpose. They allow some of the smoke from the central hearth to escape, while also permitting slivers of daylight to penetrate the otherwise dim interior. At night, these same gaps reveal glimpses of stars or, in winter, nothing but the pitch blackness of the northern nightlife in Norway. As you step through the low doorway, requiring you to duck your head regardless of your height, the first sensation that assaults you is not the sight of this ancient dwelling, but rather the smell. A complex bouquet of odors permeates every corner of the longhouse: the acrid bite of wood smoke, the earthy musk of unwashed bodies, the sour tang of fermented dairy products, the rich aroma of stewing meat, and the unmistakable presence of livestock. For in this particular longhouse, like many in the Norse regions, the eastern end houses several cattle, a few sheep, and a pair of goats during the winter months. History on the net. Your eyes, watering from the smoke, slowly adjust to the dim light. The central aisle of the longhouse, running its entire length, contains a long fire pit where several cooking fires burn at various intensities. Above them, iron cauldrons hang, from chains attached to the roof beams, each bubbling with some manner of stew. The smoke from these fires rises toward the roof, some escaping through the aforementioned gaps, but much of it lingering in the upper portions of the interior space, gradually finding its way out through the thatching itself. This smoke, while irritating to unaccustomed lungs, serves another purpose. It helps preserve the wooden structure, preventing rot and discouraging insects. Battle merchant. Along both long walls of the structure run raised platforms approximately half a meter high. These platforms, constructed of packed earth, covered with wooden planking, extend about 2 meters from the wall toward the central aisle. They serve multiple functions in the daily life of the Longhouse inhabitants. During the day, they provide workspaces and seating areas. At mealtimes, they become communal dining spaces. And at night, they transform into sleeping platforms for the 25 individuals who call this particular Longhouse home. The Jarl of this settlement, a man named Thorvald Asgeirsson, occupies the western end of the Longhouse with his immediate family. His sleeping area is partially separated from the main hall by wooden partitions, offering a modest amount of privacy, one of the few concessions to personal space in this communal dwelling. Near his sleeping area stands the high seat, a chair of elaborately carved wood that marks his position of authority within both the household and the wider community twinkle. The remaining members of the household, extended family members, free farmhands and several thralls, slaves captured in raids, arrange themselves along the platforms according to a clearly understood hierarchy. Those of higher status sleep closer to the western end, near the Jarl's quarters, while those of lower status, particularly the thralls, sleep nearest to the eastern end where the animals are housed, the warrior lodge. As evening approaches, the Longhouse becomes increasingly crowded. Members of the household who have been attending to outdoor chores, tending livestock in the nearby byres, repairing fishing nets or chopping firewood, come inside to escape the gathering storm. The central fire is built up and more smoky illumination comes from small oil lamps, simple vessels of soapstone or clay filled with fish oil or seal fat, with twisted plant fibers serving as wicks. The temperature inside varies dramatically depending on one's proximity to the central fires. Near the hearth, the heat can be intense, causing sweat to bead on foreheads and clothes to steam if wet from outdoor activities. Just a few meters away, particularly near the walls or ends of the structure, the air is considerably cooler. At the animal end, the breath of humans and livestock alike forms visible clouds in the air despite the fires. This temperature gradient creates a constant circulation of air throughout the Longhouse, warmer air rising above the fires and cooler air sinking near the walls. While this natural ventilation helps somewhat with the smoke problem, it does nothing to mitigate the overwhelming crush of humanity and animals sharing the confined space. Privacy, as understood in the modern world, simply does not exist here. Every conversation, bodily function, marital dispute, or moment of intimacy occurs within earshot, if not direct view, of the entire household history on the net. The floor beneath your feet is primarily packed earth, though in the central aisle, near the fire pit, it has been mixed with ash over many years, creating a hard, almost cement-like surface. In other areas, particularly near the walls, reeds or straw might be scattered to provide some insulation from the cold ground. Small personal items, combs made of bone or antler, wooden cups, eating knives with handles of carved horn, lie about or hang from pegs driven into the wall posts, each belonging to a specific member of the household. Storage in the Longhouse is ingeniously integrated into its structure. Beneath the sleeping platforms, wooden chests contain clothing, tools, and personal possessions. Suspended from the rafters above the fires, racks hold fish and meat in various stages of smoking and preservation. Pots, cauldrons, and wooden vessels line the edges of the platforms, containing everything from drinking water to fermented dairy products to stores of grain life in Norway. As evening meals are prepared, the activity in the Longhouse intensifies. Women move between the fire pit and storage areas, assembling ingredients for the evening meal. A large cauldron contains a stew of barley, turnips, and small pieces of preserved meat. A typical winter fare when fresh food is scarce. Flat, bread, made from barley flour mixed with ground peas or beans, bakes on flat stones placed at the edge of the fire pit. The noise level rises as more household members gather inside. Conversations in Old Norse, a language that would sound somewhat like modern Icelandic, but with distinct differences in pronunciation and vocabulary, blend with the crackling of fires, the occasional lowing of cattle, the scrape of tools, against wood as men work on small carving projects in the firelight, and the rhythmic clack of a loom being operated in a corner. While this cacophony might seem chaotic to modern ears accustomed to quiet private dwellings, to the inhabitants of the Longhouse it represents security and community. Each sound is familiar, expected, and reassuring, a testament to the continued functioning of their small society despite the harsh winter closing in around them. The air quality, however, poses a serious challenge that even the Longhouse inhabitants acknowledge as problematic. Your eyes sting from the smoke, and soon you develop a persistent cough, a common affliction among the Norse, particularly in winter when doors remain closed against the cold. Archaeological evidence from Norse burial sites reveals a high incidence of respiratory ailments, likely exacerbated by lifelong exposure to smoky interiors, Herstwick. Yet for all its discomforts, the smoke, the noise, the lack of privacy, the pervasive smells, the Longhouse represents the pinnacle of Northern European domestic architecture for its time. It efficiently houses many people in a climate where survival depends on communal effort and shared resources. Its design reflects a sophisticated understanding of structural engineering, insulation, and the maximization of limited materials. As full night descends outside, the Longhouse transforms again. The evening meal concluded, sleeping arrangements are prepared. Bedding, primarily composed of straw-filled mattresses, covered with woolen blankets and animal furs, is laid out on the platforms. In wealthier households like this one, those of higher status might have linen sheets in addition to the standard furs and wool Herstwick. The morning meal is taken informally, with household members coming to the fire as their initial chores are completed. Wooden bowls are filled with porridge, and pieces of the dried fish are distributed. Some add a dollop of sour milk to their porridge, while others sprinkle it with crushed hazelnuts that have been stored since autumn. The Jarl and his immediate family eat slightly better fare. Their porridge contains dried berries, and they have fresh bread rather than the day-old variety consumed by the rest of the household. You notice that despite the communal nature of the living space, the social hierarchy remains clearly defined in 100 subtle ways. The thralls eat last, taking what remains after others have been served. They sit at the furthest point from the fire while eating, and their wooden bowls are plainer, showing signs of heavy use and repair. The free farmers, carls, who work the Jarl's land have better positions, both physically in the room and socially within the household structure. The Jarl's family members, even distant cousins, enjoy privileges not afforded to others. The warrior lodge. After the meal, the Longhouse transitions into its daytime configuration. Bedding is rolled up and stored beneath the platforms or in wooden chests. The sleeping areas now become workspaces where various household crafts are undertaken. Near one fire, an elderly woman instructs two younger ones in the art of tablet weaving, a technique for creating narrow decorated bands for clothing. At another spot, a man repairs a fishing net with deft, practiced movements of a bone needle. Children, few in number due to high infant mortality rates, assist with simple tasks or play quiet games with carved wooden figures and stones. Twinkle. The smoke continues to be a dominant feature of life in the Longhouse. Throughout the day, fires burn continuously for heat, light, and cooking. The result is that everything and everyone in the Longhouse carries the smell of smoke. Clothes, hair, bedding, food, even the timbers of the structure itself are permeated with it. After just one night and morning, your own clothing has absorbed So much smoke that you can smell it when you bring your sleeve to your face. History on the net. This omnipresent smoke serves multiple purposes beyond heating and cooking. It acts as an insecticide, helping to control the lice and fleas that would otherwise thrive in such close quarters. It also has preservative properties for the food hanging from the rafters above the fires, slowly drying and smoking fish, meat, and herbs for future use. And despite its irritating effects on the respiratory system, the smoke actually helps preserve the wooden structure itself, preventing rot and infestations of wood-boring insects. What appears to modern sensibilities as an intolerable pollutant is, in the context of 9th century survival, a multi-purpose tool, battle merchant. The sounds of the Longhouse form a constant auditory backdrop to all activities. The crackle of fires, the rhythmic thump of the loom, the scrape of knives on wood, the low conversations in Old Norse, occasional laughter, the distant lowing of cattle, the howl of winter wind finding its way through small gaps in the walls, all blend together into what would be, for the inhabitants, the comfortable and familiar soundtrack of daily life. For you, however, the sensory assault remains overwhelming. The smoke irritates your lungs and eyes. The close proximity of unwashed bodies challenges your sense of personal space. The hard surfaces and lack of comfortable seating leave your modern body aching. And the dim light strains your eyes, accustomed as they are to the abundance of illumination in the 21st century. By midday, the smoke problem has intensified as preparations for the main meal begin. A cauldron of stew bubbles over the central hearth, this one containing preserved pork, dried peas, turnips stored from autumn, and wild onions that managed to grow even in the winter months. The aroma would be appetizing were it not mingled with the other odors of the Longhouse. Flat bread bakes on stones at the edge of the fire, the dough having been prepared from barley flour mixed with ground peas to extend the precious grain supplies via. The Longhouse door opens frequently as people come and go on various errands, causing dramatic temperature fluctuations. Each time the heavy wooden door swings open, a blast of frigid air sweeps in, temporarily clearing some of the smoke, but also dropping the temperature precipitously. Those sitting near the door shift and grumble at these intrusions, while those working near the fires seem barely to notice Norse tradesmen. One aspect of Longhouse life that becomes increasingly apparent is the lack of what modern people would consider essential facilities, namely toilets. For most bodily functions, household members simply step outside to designated areas a short distance from the dwelling. In severe weather, or at night, wooden buckets in a corner of the animal sections serve the purpose, their contents later used as fertilizer. The practical attitude toward bodily functions is another aspect of Norse life that sharply contrasts with modern sensibilities around privacy and hygiene life in Norway. The midday meal follows much the same pattern as breakfast, though with slightly more formality. The Jarl takes his place at the high seat, and others arrange themselves according to status. Wooden bowls and spoons are distributed, personal items that each household member keeps and maintains. The stew is ladled out, with meat portions carefully allocated according to status. Bread is distributed similarly, with the Jarl receiving the first and finest pieces. Drink accompanies this meal, primarily water for most, but the Jarl and senior household members have small quantities of ale, a precious commodity in winter, when supplies from autumn brewing must last until spring. The ale is served in intricately carved wooden cups, or, for the Jarl himself, a drinking horn decorated with metal fittings. Hurstwick conversation. During the meal touches on practical matters, the state of food stores, reports of wolf packs seen near the settlement, the progress of boat repairs in preparation for spring fishing and raiding, news from neighbouring settlements brought by the occasional winter traveller. There is a pragmatic focus to these discussions, centred on survival, and the management of resources through the remaining winter months via. After the meal, work resumes throughout the Longhouse. The afternoon brings a rhythm similar to the morning, though with different tasks. A group of women works with wool, some carding, others spinning with drop spindles, others engaged in the complex task of weaving on the upright loom. Men focus on woodworking, repair of tools and equipment, or the crafting of items needed for spring activities. Children are put to work sorting dried herbs or cleaning fish for the evening meal. The smoke problem actually worsens in the afternoon as clouds move in outside, changing the air pressure and causing more smoke to linger inside rather than rising. Through the roof gaps, your throat, already raw from the previous night and morning, burns with each breath. Your eyes water constantly, and you develop a persistent cough that draws annoyed glances from those trying to concentrate on detailed work nearby Hurstwick. You notice that the Norse themselves are not immune to these effects. Many of the older household members exhibit chronic coughs, reddened eyes, and the deep chest rattling that suggests long-term respiratory issues. Yet they accept these conditions as normal, having known nothing else throughout their lives. When you try to express your discomfort to a middle-aged woman spinning wool nearby, she regards you with a mixture of amusement and contempt, suggesting through gestures and the few Norse words you've managed to learn that you would not survive a single winter in their world life in Norway. As afternoon transitions toward evening, new challenges emerge. The already dim light inside the Longhouse fades further as the winter sun sets early. Oil lamps are lit. Simple soapstone vessels filled with fish oil or seal fat, with wicks made from twisted plant fibers. These provide minimal illumination and contribute their own unique odors to the already complex olfactory tapestry of the Longhouse. They also produce soot that adds to the respiratory burden of the inhabitants' history on the net. Evening activities center around the fires, both for warmth and the precious light they provide. This is when the social aspects of Longhouse life become most apparent. An elderly man begins to recite a saga, a historical narrative of battles, heroism, and the deeds of ancestors. His deep voice rises and falls with practiced skill, holding the attention of children and adults alike. Despite not understanding the words, you find yourself drawn into the rhythm and emotion of the telling, glimpsing for the first time the rich oral culture that binds this community together via. As you watch the faces of the listeners, illuminated by firelight and animated with interest, despite their obvious fatigue from the day's labor, a new understanding dawns. The Longhouse, for all its discomforts by modern standards, is more than just a shelter. It is the physical embodiment of Norse social structure, the space where culture is transmitted from one generation to the next, where identities are formed and reinforced, where the harsh realities of survival in the northern lands are mitigated by human connection and shared purpose. This realization doesn't make the smoke any less irritating to your lungs or the hard sleeping platform any more appealing as the prospect of another night in the Longhouse looms. But it does provide a framework for understanding why the Norse endured, even embraced, conditions that seem intolerable to modern sensibilities. The question that remains as you watch the household prepare for another smoky, crowded night is whether this new understanding will make your own experience any more endurable, or whether the physical challenges of Longhouse life will continue to overwhelm your capacity to adapt. The second night in the Viking Longhouse proves marginally more tolerable than the first, not because conditions have improved, but because your body has begun the process of adaptation that all humans undergo when faced with new environments. Your senses, overwhelmed initially by the assault of smoke, odors, sounds, and uncomfortable surfaces, have started to filter out some of the constant stimuli, allowing periods of rest between bouts of coughing and discomfort. Hurstwick. Morning. brings heavy snowfall. Thick, white flakes drifting down from a leaden sky, accumulating rapidly on the already snow-covered landscape. Inside the Longhouse, this weather creates a new set of challenges and adjustments to the daily routine. Fewer people venture outside, meaning more bodies remain in the enclosed space. The livestock, too, stay inside rather than being taken out, for their usual brief exercise, adding their bodily functions to the indoor environment Norse tradesmen. The result is a noticeable intensification of all the sensory aspects that define Longhouse living. The air becomes thicker with smoke, human and animal odors, and moisture from breath and cooking. Sound levels increase as more activities are conducted indoors. Body heat from the gathered household raises the temperature near the center of the structure, while cold drafts still penetrate near the walls and door. This creates uncomfortable extremes: too hot near the fires, too cold elsewhere, with no temperate middle ground life in Norway. On this snowy day, you have the opportunity to observe aspects of Longhouse life that were less apparent during the previous day of standard routines. The most striking is the ingenuity with which the Norse maximize the use of limited resources in their built environment. Every feature of the Longhouse serves multiple purposes, and every material is utilized to its fullest extent before being repurposed or, finally, discarded battle merchant. The roof beams, for instance, are not merely structural elements. They also serve as storage racks for items ranging from dried herbs and food to tools used seasonally. The central fire pit provides heat, light, and cooking facilities, but also creates the smoke that preserves both the structure itself and the food hanging above it. Even the animal section serves multiple functions, providing convenient access to milk cows during winter, creating additional body heat for the dwelling and generating manure that will be essential for spring planting via. This multi-purpose approach extends to the activities of the household members as well. A woman spinning wool with a drop spindle simultaneously supervises children and participates in conversation. A man carving a wooden tool handle also mentors a boy learning the craft and joins in the communal storytelling. Multitasking is not a modern invention, but rather a necessity in an environment where daylight is limited and survival requires constant productive activity. Twink less. The snowstorm outside creates another dimension of the Longhouse experience that you haven't yet encountered. A sense of isolation and enclosure that is both comforting and claustrophobic. With the outside world temporarily inaccessible, the Longhouse becomes an entire universe unto itself, containing all the necessary elements for human life and society. The howling of the wind and the occasional heavy thump of snow falling from the roof only emphasize the boundary between the hostile natural environment and the human-created space within Norse tradesmen. This enforced togetherness brings out both the strengths and tensions of the social structure. On one hand, there are moments of genuine warmth and community, children being taught skills by patient adults, stories shared that connect the youngest members to their cultural heritage, small acts of kindness, such as an older woman adjusting a younger one's uncomfortable seat on the hard platform. On the other hand, the lack of privacy and personal space occasionally leads to sharp words, territorial disputes over favored spots near the fire, and the visible strain of maintaining harmony in such close quarters, the warrior lodge. Your persistence in the Longhouse has not gone unnoticed. The initial wariness with which you were regarded has softened somewhat as you've demonstrated a willingness to adapt to their ways. A middle-aged woman named Freydis, who you gather is the Jarl's sister, takes it upon herself to show you how to split reeds for basket making, a simple task that nonetheless requires specific technique. Her patience as you fumble with the unfamiliar task suggests a certain degree of acceptance, though her occasional glances at your continued coughing indicate that she, like others, doubts your ability to withstand the rigors of their lifestyle. Long-term via. As midday approaches, a new challenge emerges, one that modern people rarely consider but that dominated the lives of pre-industrial societies: boredom. With outdoor activities curtailed by the storm and the most pressing indoor tasks completed, the household faces long hours confined together. Their solution reveals much about Norse culture and values. First, games are brought out. Simple. Board games like Nefertafel, a strategic game somewhat similar to chess, and dice games played with carved bone dice. These are not merely diversions but important cultural practices that teach strategic thinking, reinforce social bonds, and occasionally serve as ways to settle minor disputes without physical confrontation. The games are played with a seriousness that belies their seemingly recreational nature. Hurstwick. Second, storytelling takes on greater prominence. Different members of the household take turns recounting tales, some historical sagas of legendary heroes, others more personal narratives of family ancestors, still others instructional stories that convey practical knowledge or moral lessons. The variety and richness of this oral tradition is remarkable, especially considering that these are not professional storytellers but ordinary farmers and household members. Hurstwick. Third, handcraft continues but shifts from necessary production to more artistic endeavors. A man who earlier was repairing fishing nets now works on intricately carving a wooden spoon handle with intertwined animal designs. Women who were spinning plain yarn for everyday clothing now create decorative tablet-woven bands with complex patterns. These activities serve practical purposes but also allow for creative expression and the refinement of skills during the enforced idleness of the storm life in Norway. Throughout the afternoon, the smoke remains a dominant feature of the Longhouse environment. Your eyes continue to water and your cough worsens despite attempts to adapt. You notice that even among the Norse, there are techniques for managing the smoke's effects. Some position themselves where small air currents create pockets of clearer air. Others tie thin cloths over their noses and mouths when engaged in detailed work that requires bending toward the firelight. Children are often given positions farther from the worst of the smoke, suggesting an understanding of their greater vulnerability. Battle merchant. The physical discomforts of Longhouse life, the smoke, the hard surfaces, the lack of privacy, the constant noise, remain significant challenges to your modern sensibilities. But on this third day, something unexpected begins to happen. The rhythms of the Longhouse start to make a kind of sense. You begin to anticipate the pattern of activities throughout the day, to understand the unspoken rules governing movement and resource use in the shared space, to recognize the subtle communications that maintain social order without explicit direction. The Warrior Lodge. Late afternoon brings an event that disrupts the routine. The arrival of travelers seeking shelter from the storm. 3 men, covered in snow and nearly frozen, push through the door, bringing a blast of cold air and excitement into the Longhouse. They are traders from a settlement 2 days' journey away, caught on the road by the unexpected severity of the snowstorm. Their arrival transforms the social dynamic instantly. Norse tradesman. The Jarl rises from his high seat to greet them formally, invoking the sacred duty of hospitality that is fundamental to Norse culture. Spaces near the fire are cleared for the newcomers. Warm drinks are prepared and dry clothing offered. The rest of the household rearranges itself to accommodate these additions to their already crowded space, doing so with a practiced efficiency that suggests this is not an uncommon occurrence. Hurstwick. What follows is a fascinating demonstration of the Longhouse as a social institution rather than merely a physical structure. The arrival of outsiders triggers a formalization of roles that had seemed more relaxed during normal family life. The Jarl becomes more visibly authoritative, his wife more ceremonial in her distribution of food and drink, the free farmers more deferential in their posture and speech. The thralls, conversely, become nearly invisible, performing their tasks with downcast eyes and minimal presence, as if to emphasize the wealth and status of a household that can support multiple servants. Twinklewarp. The evening meal becomes an impromptu feast by winter standards. Hidden stores are brought out, dried fruits preserved from summer, precious salt for seasoning, even a small quantity of honey to sweeten a special barley porridge. The Jarl's drinking horn is filled with mead rather than everyday ale. These small luxuries, clearly held in reserve for special occasions, demonstrate both the caution with which resources are managed and the importance placed on proper hospitality via. As the evening progresses, the travelers share news and stories from their home settlement and the wider Norse world. You learn of political tensions between regional chieftains, of a Christian missionary who arrived at a southern settlement, only to be driven away, of unusual weather patterns affecting fishing yields along the coast. This oral network of information exchange, you realize, is the medieval equivalent of news media, each traveler carrying fragments of information that, when combined with other reports, allows communities to understand events beyond their immediate surroundings. Life in Norway. The night that follows is particularly challenging for you. The addition of 3 adult men to the already crowded sleeping platforms means even less personal space than before. The social obligation to provide good places near the fire for guests results in your sleeping spot being moved closer to the wall, where cold drafts find their way through small gaps in the timbers. Your cough, aggravated by another day of smoke. Exposure keeps both you and those sleeping nearby awake for long periods. History on the net. By morning of the 4th day, the storm has passed, leaving a crystalline blue sky and a landscape transformed by deep snow. Household members venture outside to clear paths to necessary outbuildings and check for any damage caused by the storm. The contrast between the smoke-filled, dim interior of the Longhouse and the brilliant white landscape outside is startling. The snow reflects sunlight with an intensity that makes eyes accustomed to the Longhouse's gloom, water, and squint. Norse. Tradesman. Your time in the Viking Longhouse has provided a profound education in the realities of pre-modern life in Northern Europe. The physical challenges, smoke, crowding, hard surfaces, temperature extremes, lack of privacy, remain formidable by modern standards. Yet, you've also glimpsed the sophisticated social adaptations that made such environments not merely survivable, but the centers of a rich and complex culture. The Norse themselves would likely be equally confounded by modern living conditions. The isolation of nuclear families in separate dwellings, the silence and privacy that modern people crave, the disconnection from immediate community, the dependence on complex external systems for basic needs, all would seem as alien to them. As their smoky, communal existence initially seemed to you as you prepare to depart from the Longhouse, your body bearing the temporary marks of your stay, reddened eyes, a persistent cough, muscles sore from the hard sleeping platform. You carry something else as well, a deeper understanding of how human adaptability creates meaning and function in even the most challenging environments. The Norse did not merely survive in their smoke-filled halls, they created a society and culture that endured for centuries and left its mark on the wider world. The final question that lingers is whether modern humans, accustomed to unprecedented levels of physical comfort and privacy, could adapt to such conditions if necessary. The answer, suggested by your own brief experience, is that while the initial shock would be substantial, the fundamental human capacity for adaptation remains. Yet the Longhouse also stands as a reminder of how dramatically human expectations and tolerances are shaped by culture and experience, and how relative our notions of comfort truly are. As you step through the doorway into the brilliant winter day, leaving behind the smoke-veiled hall that has been both challenge and education, you can't help but wonder, in the grand span of human history, which is truly the anomaly, the communal, smoke-filled existence of the Norse, shared by most of humanity throughout history, or the isolated, climate-controlled environments of the modern world. The heavy wooden door of the Longhouse swings open with a groan of its leather hinges, admitting a flurry of snowflakes and a blast of frigid air. Through this opening steps Halvard Thorkelson, his broad shoulders dusted with snow, his beard rimed with ice from the frozen breath of his journey home. The year is 912 CE, and Halvard is returning to his family's Longhouse after a day spent checking trap lines in the forests surrounding their settlement in what will one day be known as Central Sweden life in Norway. As Halvard stamps the snow from his boots and pushes the door closed against the winter wind, the internal geography of the Longhouse unfolds before him, and before you, an invisible observer granted insight into this ancient world. What appears at first glance to be merely a long, rectangular building, with a central hearth and benches along the walls, is in fact a complex social ecosystem, a physical manifestation of the Norse understanding of hierarchy, kinship, and community. Twinkle. The Longhouse belongs to Styrkar Ormsson, a wealthy Carl, free farmer, who, through successful raids in his younger years and shrewd management of his lands, has ascended to a position just below that of a minor jarl. The structure itself reflects his status, 30 meters in length and 7 meters in width, with walls of timber planking rather than the wattle and daub used in less prosperous households. The roof rises to a central ridge supported by 2 rows of posts that run the length of the building, with smoke holes at intervals to allow some of the smoke from the central fires to escape Hurstwick. As Halvard moves into the warmth and relative light of the interior, his position within the social hierarchy becomes immediately apparent. Though not a blood relative of Styrkar, Halvard is married to Styrkar's niece, Astrid, and serves as one of his most trusted carls. This relationship grants Halvard and his immediate family a place of some privilege within the Longhouse. Their sleeping area is located on the western side of the building, away from the animal stalls at the eastern end, and relatively close to the central hearth, the Warrior Lodge. The Longhouse accommodates approximately 30 people, representing multiple layers of Norse social structure. At the western end, in a section partially separated from the main hall by wooden partitions, lives Styrkar himself, along with his wife Ingrid, their unmarried daughter Thera, and their youngest son Leif, still a child of 8 winters. Their quarters contain the only true bed in the Longhouse, a boxed wooden frame filled with straw and covered with furs and woolen blankets. Near their sleeping area stands the high seat, an elaborately carved chair that symbolizes Styrkar's authority over the household Hurstwick. Beyond this semi-private area lies the main hall where most daily activities take place. The raised platforms along each wall serve as workspaces during the day and sleeping areas at night. The allocation of these spaces is far from random. It represents a carefully maintained social map that every member of the household understand. Implicitly, those of higher status sleep closer to the western end, near Styrkar's quarters, while those of lower status are positioned progressively eastward, with the thralls, slaves, sleeping nearest to the animal stalls, the Warrior Lodge. Halvard nods respectfully towards Styrkar, who acknowledges his return from the high seat, where he is engaged in conversation with Bjorn, his oldest son and heir. Halvard then moves toward the central hearth, where his wife Astrid is stirring a cauldron of stew. Their 2 children, Ulf, a boy of 12, and Freya, a girl of 10, are working nearby, the boy whittling a piece of wood under the guidance of an older man, the girl learning the art of tablet weaving from one of the older women of the household Twinkle. This scene illustrates another aspect of the social organization within the Longhouse, the overlapping circles of kinship, skill, and gender that structure daily life. While blood relations to the head of the household determine one's general status, these are modified by age, gender, and personal abilities. Astrid, as the niece of Stirkar, enjoys higher status than would be granted to her husband alone. Older members of the household, even those more distantly related, often command respect based on their knowledge and experience the warrior lodge. Moving eastward along the Longhouse, the social hierarchy becomes increasingly evident. Midway along the structure are the sleeping and working areas of more distant relatives and free workers who have attached themselves to Stirkar's household for protection and livelihood. These include Gunnar, a skilled blacksmith, whose services are valuable enough to earn him a respectable position despite his lack of kinship ties, and Hilda, a widow who excels at textile production and herb lore, skills that secure her place despite her potentially vulnerable position as a woman without direct male protection. Twinkled further east still are the thralls, individuals who, through capture in raids or birth to enslaved parents, occupy the lowest rung of Norse society. In Stirkar's Longhouse there are 5 thralls: Tadhg, an Irish man captured on a raid 6 years previous; Awef, also Irish, taken in the same raid, and now Tadhg's wife through an arrangement permitted by Stirkar; their son Bran, born into thraldom; Gyda, an older woman of Saxon origin who serves primarily as a domestic worker; and Ketil, a Norse man born free but reduced to thraldom as punishment for theft, the warrior lodge. The thrall's existence within the Longhouse is marked by numerous visible and invisible boundaries. They sleep on the platforms nearest the animal stalls, where drafts are coldest and the smell of livestock is strongest. Their clothing is plainest, simple woolen garments, without the coloured bands and brooches that adorn the attire of free household members. They eat last at meals, taking what remains after others have been served. They work longest, rising before the rest of the household to kindle fires and tend animals, retiring last after clearing the evening meal and ensuring all is prepared for the following day, the warrior lodge. Yet even within this lowest stratum of the social hierarchy, there are gradations. Tadhg, having demonstrated skills in woodworking, enjoys slightly better treatment than might otherwise be accorded a thrall. His wife Awef, known for her fine stitching, is sometimes permitted to work on projects that would normally be reserved for free women. Gyda, despite her age and foreign origin, has accumulated enough household knowledge to be consulted on certain domestic matters. These small distinctions represent the subtle flexibility within what might appear from outside to be a rigid social system. The eastern end of the Longhouse is occupied by livestock: 3 milk cows, 2 oxen, and several sheep brought inside for the winter months. Their presence serves practical purposes. They provide ready access to milk during winter storms. Their body heat contributes to warming the structure, and keeping them inside eliminates the need for separate shelter construction. But the arrangement also makes a symbolic statement about the social ordering of the world, with animals occupying the farthest position from the high seat of authority at the western end, life in Norway. As Halvard removes his heavy outer garments and hangs them on pegs near the door, the social choreography of the Longhouse continues around him. Each person moves within invisible boundaries understood by all, occupying spaces appropriate to their status and current activities. There is no written rulebook for these movements, no formal instruction in the proper positioning of bodies within the shared space. Rather, these patterns are learned from earliest childhood through observation, correction, and the occasional sharp word when boundaries are transgressed. Herstwick Halvard makes his way to his family's designated section of the platform, where he stores the small game he has caught in their personal storage chest. This chest, like every item within the Longhouse, both serves a practical function and marks a social position. Crafted from pine with simple iron hinges, it is neither as large nor as elaborately carved as the oak chest belonging to Sturkar's immediate family, but it is considerably better than the shared storage available to the thralls, who possess few personal items beyond basic clothing and tools specific to their work, the Warrior Lodge. As evening approaches, the household begins preparations for the main meal of the day. Here again, the social structure becomes visible through the allocation of tasks. Sturkar's wife Ingrid oversees but does not directly participate in the cooking, maintaining her status through delegation. Astrid and other free women of middle status prepare the main dishes at the central hearth. The thrall women Auifa and Gaida perform the heaviest labor, hauling water, scrubbing root vegetables, and tending the fires. Meanwhile, Tadig and Ketil are directed to bring in additional firewood from the outdoor store and to help arrange the trestle tables that will be set up for the meal twinkle. The spatial dynamics of the Longhouse shift for the evening meal. Trestle tables are erected in the central aisle with benches positioned alongside them. The seating arrangement precisely mirrors the sleeping arrangements, Sturkar and his immediate family at the western end, followed by close relatives like Halvard and Astrid, then more distant kin and free workers, and finally the thralls at the eastern end nearest the animals. Some households might have the thralls eat separately after serving others, but Sturkar, known for being neither the harshest nor the most lenient master, permits them to eat at the same tables, though at the lowest position, the warrior lodge. The food itself reflects the social hierarchy. From the common pot of stew, Sturkar and his immediate family receive the choice portions of meat with the most bread and ale. Those in the middle ranks, like Halvard, receive good portions, but less meat and ale. The thralls receive primarily the broth with vegetables and whatever meat remains, along with the tougher parts of the bread. This distribution occurs without discussion or apparent resentment. It is simply the expected order of things, as natural to the household members as the rising and setting of the sun via conversation. During the meal follows its own hierarchical patterns. Sturkar speaks first and most, directing questions to those he wishes to engage. Others may speak when addressed, or may converse quietly with those of similar status sitting nearby. The thralls speak little unless specifically addressed, and then with appropriate deference. When Tad is asked about the progress of a woodworking project, he responds with downcast eyes and careful words, conscious that undue pride in his skills might be interpreted as overstepping his position the Warrior Lodge. Yet the meal also demonstrates the ways in which rigid social boundaries can be temporarily relaxed through shared experience. When Halvard describes a close encounter with a wolf near one of his trap lines, all listen with equal interest. The common dangers of their environment momentarily superseding social distinctions. When Sturkar's young son Leif successfully recites a complex verse he has been taught, the approving murmurs come from free and unfree alike, recognizing the achievement of the next generation that will someday lead them. Twinkle after the meal, the social space of the Longhouse reconfigures once again. The trestle tables are disassembled and stored, returning the central aisle to its function as a movement corridor and workspace. The household disperses to evening activities that, while still governed by status, allow for some mingling across social boundaries. Near one fire, Sturkar and adult male members of the household, including Halvard and Bjorn, but also the skilled blacksmith gunner, discuss plans for boat repairs when spring arrives. Their conversation touches on technical matters where Gunnar's expertise gives him temporary authority despite his lower social position. Hurstwick, near another fire, women gather for textile work, their positions in the circle subtly reflecting their status, but allowing for conversation that crosses usual boundaries. Ingrid, Styrka's wife, works on fine embroidery for a new tunic for her husband, while directing occasional questions to Gyda, the Saxon thrall, about specific techniques she learned in her homeland. This exchange of knowledge creates a temporary bridge between their vastly different social positions. Life in Norway. Children occupy yet another social space within the Longhouse. Regardless of whether they are the offspring of the household head, free farmers or thralls, they share certain experiences, learning skills from various adults, playing simple games in the limited free space, absorbing the complex social rules that will govern their adult lives. Young Ulf, Halvard's son, plays a board game called Nefertafel with Bran, the son of the Irish thralls, their temporary equality in play existing alongside their awareness of their very different futures. Twinkle. As darkness deepens outside, the Longhouse gradually transitions to its nighttime configuration. The fires are banked to provide continued warmth with less light and smoke. Bedding, primarily composed of straw mattresses covered with woolen blankets and furs, is arranged on the platforms along the walls. Family groups cluster together, with privacy created not through physical walls but through the careful positioning of bodies and the shared understanding of appropriate boundaries. Hurstwick. Halvard and his family settle onto their section of the platform. Despite the lack of physical partitions, there is a clear psychological boundary between their sleeping area and those of neighboring families. Personal items are kept in the storage chests at the foot of each family's section. Small oil lamps provide brief illumination for necessary movements before being extinguished to conserve precious oil. Conversations become whispers, and then silence as sleep claims the household. History on the net. In the deepest hours of the night, when only the occasional pop of the banked fire or the lowing of a restless cow breaks the silence, the social hierarchy of the Longhouse remains visible even in slumber. At the western end, Styrkar and his family sleep under the finest furs on the best mattresses. Moving eastward, the quality of bedding gradually diminishes until reaching the thralls near the animal stalls, who sleep under the simplest woolen blankets on the thinnest straw mattresses. Even in unconsciousness, their bodies are arranged according to the social map that governs their waking lives, the Warrior Lodge. As you observe this sleeping arrangement, a question forms. In a society so clearly stratified, with advantages and hardships so unevenly distributed, what prevents those at the bottom from rebelling against their circumstances? The answer lies partly in the physical reality that surrounds the Longhouse, the harsh northern environment where survival depends on cooperation and established patterns of resource distribution. But it also lies in something less tangible, the shared worldview that makes this arrangement seem not just necessary, but natural and right to all its participants. Twinkle. For the Norse of this period, the hierarchical structure of society is not merely a human convention, but a reflection of the cosmic order established by the gods themselves. The myth of Heimdall, who fathered the three social classes, thralls, carls, and jarls, by visiting three different households, provides divine sanction for the existing order. From earliest childhood, each person in the Longhouse has absorbed this understanding, seeing their position not as arbitrary but as part of a meaningful whole, the Warrior Lodge. Moreover, the system contains elements of flexibility that prevent it from becoming unbearably rigid. A thrall like Tadg can, through demonstrated skills and loyal service, improve his conditions if not his formal status. His son Bran, though born into thralldom, might someday be freed by a generous master, particularly if he proves exceptionally valuable to the household. Even for those who remain thralls, the possibility of better treatment within their status provides motivation to work well and remain loyal. The warrior lodge. For free members of the household, the benefits of the current arrangement are more obvious. Halvard, though subject to Stirkar's authority, enjoys both material comfort and social standing that would be difficult to achieve independently. The shared labor of the Longhouse, from farming to food preservation to textile production, allows for efficiencies that benefit all free members, even if those benefits are unevenly distributed. The mutual protection afforded by numbers in a potentially hostile environment adds another layer of practical advantage to the communal arrangement. Twinkle. As dawn approaches, the first stirrings of the new day begin at the eastern end of the Longhouse. The thralls rise in the dark, moving quietly to avoid disturbing those of higher status who will sleep longer. Gaida and Eoif rekindle the fires while Tadig and Ketil attend to the livestock. By the time Halvard and others of middle status begin to rise, the Longhouse is already warming, water is heating for the morning meal, and the basic tasks of the day are underway. Life in Norway. This pattern, the lowest ranks rising first, to serve those above them, represents the fundamental exchange at the heart of the Longhouse social system. The thralls provide labor and service. In return, they receive shelter, food, and protection, albeit of lesser quality than enjoyed by others. Each ascending level of the hierarchy involves a similar exchange, with obligations and benefits carefully calibrated to maintain the overall structure. Halvard provides loyalty, skilled labor, and military service when needed. In return, he receives a good position within a prosperous household, the backing of a powerful man, and the possibility of advancing his children's prospects. The warrior lodge. As full daylight arrives and the entire household engages in morning activities, you observe one final aspect of the social dynamics within the Longhouse: the role of ritual in reinforcing hierarchical relationships. When Stirkar finally rises and takes his place at the high seat, each household member acknowledges him in a manner appropriate to their status. His wife and children greet him with familiarity but clear respect. Halvard and other free farmers offer more formal acknowledgments. The thralls keep their eyes lowered and speak only when addressed. These daily rituals of deference, repeated countless times throughout the year, continually reinscribe the social order on the consciousness of all participants. Hurstwick. The morning meal follows the same hierarchical pattern as the evening feast, though with simpler fare. Porridge of barley and rye, served with sour milk and occasionally sweetened with honey for those of higher status. As the household prepares to disperse to the day's various tasks, one question remains: how stable is this social ecosystem, this delicate balance of power, privilege, and obligation housed within the timber walls of the Longhouse? Will the day's activities strengthen the bonds that hold these 30 individuals in their respective places, or will new tensions emerge to challenge the established order? As the winter day progresses, the social ecosystem of the Longhouse reveals its complexity through the varied activities of its inhabitants. Under normal circumstances, many household members would disperse to outdoor tasks, tending livestock, checking trap lines, gathering firewood, or maintaining outbuildings. But today, a bitter wind drives stinging snow against the Longhouse, walls confining all but the hardiest or most desperate within the shelter of the communal-dwelling Norse tradesmen. This forced togetherness intensifies the social dynamics that might otherwise be diluted by physical distance. In the confined space of the Longhouse, relationships between individuals of different status become more visible, more nuanced, and occasionally more strained. The weather has created, in effect, a crucible in which the alloys of Norse social structure are tested and sometimes forged anew, the warrior lodge. Sturkar, as head of the household, uses the indoor day to attend to matters of management and planning. Seated on his high seat, he confers with Bjorn, his heir, reviewing the current state of food stores and projecting their adequacy for the remaining winter months. This conversation occurs in relatively hushed tones, but is nevertheless audible to nearby household members, creating a subtle demonstration of Sturkar's authority and responsibility. The visible performance of leadership serves to reinforce his position at the apex of the household hierarchy. Twinkle-Dot Halvard, meanwhile, has found a place near one of the central fires where he works on repairing fishing nets, a task requiring good light and dexterity. His position in the physical space mirrors his social position, not at the highest point near Sturkar's seat, but comfortably situated in a desirable location with access to warmth and light. Other free farmers and craftsmen cluster nearby, engaged in similar maintenance tasks, their conversation flowing easily among peers of roughly equivalent status. Hurstwick. The social boundaries within the Longhouse, though invisible to the eye, become apparent through patterns of movement and interaction. When Halvard needs a particular tool from a chest near Sturkar's area, he approaches with a respectful demeanor, waiting for acknowledgement before entering that zone of the Longhouse. When one of the thralls, Ketil, needs to pass near the high seat to bring firewood to a particular hearth, he moves with downcast eyes and a posture that minimizes his presence. These physical performances of status are as much a part of the Longhouse architecture as its wooden posts and roof beams, the warrior lodge. Yet within this highly structured environment, the complexity of human relationships creates ripples and eddies in the apparent flow of power. Ingrid, Sturkar's wife, occupies a position that might seem secondary in a system often characterized as patriarchal. However, her domain, the internal management of the household, grants her significant authority that sometimes crosses the usual status boundaries. When she directs Astrid and other free women in food preparation tasks, her word carries the weight of Sturkar's position. When she inspects cloth being woven by thrall women, her approval or disapproval has immediate consequences for their well-being. Twinkle. The storm outside grows stronger, rattling the wooden shutters and driving occasional gusts of snow through small gaps in the walls. The deteriorating weather prompts Sturkar to make a decision. He orders Tadug and Ketil to bring the remaining sheep from the nearby fold into the eastern end of the Longhouse. This practical decision, meant to protect valuable livestock, has the side effect of further crowding the already confined space and adding to the odors and noises that fill the air. For the thralls who sleep nearest the animal section, this means worse conditions during the coming night, but they have no voice in such decisions. Norse tradesmen. As midday approaches, an incident occurs that illuminates the balance of justice within the Longhouse hierarchy. Bran, the young son of Tadug and Auifa, is caught by Bjorn taking a small piece of dried apple from a storage container without permission. In a community where winter food stores are carefully managed and rationed, such theft, however minor, represents a serious infraction. The matter is immediately brought before Sturkar for judgment, the warrior lodge. The ensuing scene demonstrates the complex interplay of authority, mercy and pragmatism that governs the Longhouse. Sturkar hears the accusation from his son, then allows Tadug to speak on behalf of his child. Though a thrall has no legal right to defend himself or his family in formal proceedings, within the household setting, Sturkar grants this limited voice, perhaps out of a sense of fairness, perhaps to gather more complete information before deciding the matter. The warrior lodge. Tadg's response reveals the careful navigation required of those at the bottom of the social hierarchy. He acknowledges his son's wrongdoing without excuse, demonstrates appropriate deference to both Sturkar and Bjorn, and accepts in advance whatever punishment might be decreed. Yet within this framework of submission, he manages to mention that Bran has been performing extra work, helping to clear snow from the animal fold, suggesting that hunger rather than malice motivated the theft. Twinkle-Dolt Sturkar's judgment balances multiple considerations. As household head, he must deter theft and maintain discipline, especially among thralls. Yet as a pragmatic manager of human resources, he recognizes that excessive punishment can damage valuable workers and create resentment that might harm the household's functioning. His decision reflects this balance. Bran will receive 5 strokes with a switch, administered by his own father rather than by Bjorn or another free person, and will be denied his evening portion of honey-sweetened porridge that occasionally supplements the thrall's basic diet, the Warrior Lodge. This incident, though brief, ripples through the social fabric of the Longhouse. Free parents use it as an opportunity to remind their own children about proper behavior and consequences. Thrall parents become more vigilant, knowing that their children's mistakes reflect on them and can result in family punishment. Sturkar himself has demonstrated both authority and restraint, reinforcing his image as a fair-minded leader within the constraints of Norse social norms. Twinkle. The midday meal provides another display of the Longhouse hierarchy in action. With the storm raging outside, what might normally be a simple repast becomes a more substantial, communal gathering. Seating arrangements once again follow the established pattern. Sturkar's family at the western end, thralls at the eastern end, with gradations of status determining positions in between. Food distribution follows the same hierarchical pattern, with quality and quantity decreasing as one moves eastward along the table's via. Yet even within this rigid framework, small acts of individual agency occur. Astrid, noticing that the pregnant thrall woman Eowulf looks particularly tired, slips her an extra piece of bread when distributing the food. Gunnar, the blacksmith, whose specialized skills grant him certain privileges despite his lack of kinship ties, shares a story that momentarily captures the attention of the entire household, temporarily transcending status boundaries through the communal experience of entertainment. Twinkle. After the meal, as winter darkness begins to fall early in the northern afternoon, the Longhouse reconfigures for different activities. This transition period reveals another aspect of life between the benches, the temporal dimension of the social hierarchy. Certain times of day bring different power dynamics to the fore. While morning and midday center around Sturkar's authority, in managing work and resources, the afternoon and evening often see Ingrid's influence increase as domestic activities take precedence over outdoor work life in Norway. Ingrid organizes a major textile working session, a practical response to the storm that keeps everyone indoors. The activity engages nearly all the women of the household and reveals internal hierarchies that sometimes cross-cut the broader social structure. Thira, Sturkar's unmarried daughter, might outrank Astrid in general status, but Astrid's superior skill at weaving gives her authority in this specific context. The thrall woman Eowulf, though lowest in overall status, has knowledge of particular embroidery techniques from her Irish homeland that gives her brief moments of respect when demonstrating these skills to others. Twinkle, meanwhile, at the other end of the Longhouse, a different social activity unfolds among the men. Sturkar has proposed a session of storytelling and poetry recitation, partly to pass the stormy afternoon, partly to educate younger household members in their cultural heritage. The arrangement of listeners again reflects the social hierarchy, with free men seated closest to the speaker's position, thralls at the edges of the gathering. Yet the content of the stories often emphasizes qualities valued across status boundaries: courage, loyalty, cleverness, endurance. creating a shared cultural framework that helps bind the disparate members of the household together via as. Afternoon deepens toward evening. An unexpected event disrupts the usual patterns of the Longhouse. A heavy portion of snow slides from the roof, damaging a section of the outer wall and creating a gap through which cold air and snow immediately begin to penetrate. This crisis temporarily reconfigures the social dynamics as practical needs supersede status considerations. Sturka issues rapid orders, and all able-bodied men, from his son Bjorn down to the thrall Ketil, work side by side to make emergency repairs before significant heat is lost from the interior Norse tradesmen. In this moment of crisis, the usual social boundaries become more permeable. Tadug, whose woodworking skills are valuable in the repair effort, makes suggestions that are immediately implemented rather than filtered through the usual channels of authority. Halvard works shoulder to shoulder with thralls, their shared task momentarily more important than the distinction between their statuses. Even Sturka himself lends physical assistance rather than merely directing others, demonstrating that in matters of survival, pragmatism can outweigh strict adherence to social forms, the warrior lodge. Once the repair is completed and the immediate crisis averted, the household returns to its normal patterns, but with a subtle shift in atmosphere. The shared experience of addressing a common threat has temporarily strengthened the bonds between different status groups. Conversations across social boundaries flow more easily through the evening meal preparations, and there is a general mood of satisfaction in the collective accomplishment. Twinkle. This moment illustrates an important aspect of the Longhouse social system, its ability to balance rigid hierarchy with necessary flexibility. While the basic structure of authority remains constant, the system includes mechanisms for adaptation to changing circumstances. In emergencies, skills and strength can temporarily outweigh status. In specialized activities, knowledge can modify the usual lines of authority. This flexibility helps explain how the system perpetuates itself despite its inherent inequalities. It contains just enough adaptability to prevent brittleness while maintaining its fundamental structure, the warrior lodge. The evening meal, more substantial than the midday one, becomes the focal point of the day's social activities. The storm outside has intensified, creating a powerful contrast between the hostile natural environment and the relative warmth and security of the Longhouse interior. This contrast heightens the sense of community among the household members, temporarily muting some of the status distinctions that might be more pronounced under ordinary circumstances. Norse tradesmen. Sturkar uses the occasion to make a formal announcement that further illuminates the social functioning of the Longhouse. After consulting privately with Ingrid, he declares that due to her skill and loyal service, the thrall woman Oif will be permitted to keep a small portion of the proceeds from her fine embroidery work, potentially allowing her to eventually purchase improved conditions for her family. This decision, entirely within Sturkar's authority as master, demonstrates how performance and loyalty can create limited opportunities for advancement even within the constraints of thraldom, the warrior lodge. The announcement generates various reactions throughout the Longhouse, revealing the complex sentiments that exist beneath the surface of the social structure. Tadug looks at his wife with quiet pride, his usual careful impassivity briefly broken. Some free members of the household nod in approval of what they see as Sturkar's generosity and wisdom. Others, particularly those closest to the thrall position in status, show subtle signs of resentment at this blurring of boundaries. These reactions remind us that the social hierarchy is not merely imposed from above, but is actively maintained by the investment of all participants in their relative positions. Twinkle. After the meal, as evening settles fully into the Longhouse, different social activities emerge in different areas of the structure. Near Sturkar's high seat, A group including Halvard and other higher status men engages in strategic board games like H-Nefertafel, their play punctuated by good-natured competitive banter and occasional wagering of small items. The games serve not only as entertainment, but as training in strategic thinking and as a means of negotiating status within peer groups Hurstwick. In another area, Astrid leads a small group in preparing herbs and materials for medicinal use, a practical activity that also carries elements of specialized knowledge and female authority. Her group includes women of various statuses, their position in this specific activity determined more by age and experience than by their place in the overall household hierarchy. The thrall woman Gyda, whose age and knowledge of Saxon healing practices give her unusual value in this context, contributes actively to the discussion despite her low overall status. Twinkle, meanwhile, children of the household, regardless of status, engage in their own activities in whatever space they can find between adult gatherings. Young Ulf and Freya, Halvard and Astrid's children, play a game involving carved wooden figures with Bran and several other children, their interaction showing fewer status distinctions than would be expected among adults. This relative equality in childhood play stands in contrast to the clearly differentiated futures that await them. Ulf being trained for the responsibilities of a free farmer, Bran for a life of service unless his circumstances change dramatically. Twinkle. As the evening progresses, Styrkar calls for entertainment in the form of poetry and saga recitation. This cultural activity reveals yet another dimension of status within the Longhouse, the respect accorded to those with the gift of memory and verbal skill regardless of their position in other hierarchies. Tonight he calls upon Halldor, an elderly relative of modest means but renowned for his knowledge of traditional poems and stories. Though Halldor's material possessions and practical influence in the household are limited, in this moment he commands the attention of all, from highest to lowest via. Halldor begins with a recitation of a section of ancestral history tracing Styrkar's lineage back to semi-mythical figures, reinforcing the legitimacy of his leadership through connection to honored ancestors. He continues with heroic poetry celebrating values, courage, loyalty, wisdom, perseverance that resonate across status boundaries and help create a shared identity among the diverse members of the household. Even the thralls, though their ancestral stories are different and often lost to them, participate in this cultural moment, absorbing the values that both justify and transcend the hierarchical structure in which they live. Hurstwick. As the storm howls outside and night deepens, the Longhouse prepares for sleep. This transition once again makes visible the physical manifestation of social boundaries. Bedding is arranged on the platforms along the walls, with quality and positioning precisely reflecting status. More and heavier furs are distributed to Styrkar's family at the western end, gradually diminishing in quality as they move eastward to the thin woolen blankets allocated to the thralls near the animal section, the warrior lodge. In the dim light of banked fires and small oil lamps, another aspect of the social system becomes visible, the arrangements for privacy in a space where physical separation is minimal. Styrkar and Ingrid's sleeping area is partially enclosed by hanging textiles, creating a symbolic, if not fully effective, barrier. Other couples create privacy through careful positioning and timing, shared understanding of appropriate moments, and the collective agreement to respect certain boundaries despite physical proximity. These arrangements are more available to those of higher status, for whom the community makes greater accommodations. History on the net. As sleep claims the inhabitants of the Longhouse, the social structure remains visible even in unconsciousness. The bodies arranged along the platforms from west to east form a living map of Norse hierarchy, from the elaborately dressed figures of Styrkar and his family sleeping beneath the finest furs, to the thralls in their simple clothing under minimal coverings near the animal stalls. Yet in sleep, there is also a leveling. All bodies require rest. All minds seek the escape of dreams. All are equally vulnerable to the dangers of fire or cold that threaten their shared shelter, life in Norway. Through the night, as the storm gradually subsides, various members of the household stir for different reasons. A child needing comfort, an elderly person requiring assistance, the thralls rising to tend the fires or check on animals giving birth. These midnight interactions often occur in a liminal space where the usual formality of status relations is somewhat relaxed by darkness and the shared vulnerability of the sleeping community Norse tradesmen. As dawn approaches, the household begins to stir once again, with the thralls rising first, as always. The daily cycle of hierarchical interactions prepares to repeat itself, with some variations based on weather, seasonal needs, and the specific circumstances of this day. The Longhouse, having sheltered its socially diverse inhabitants through another winter night, stands ready to house the complex dance of power, obligation, kinship, and skill that defines life between its benches, life in Norway. The question that remains as a new day begins is whether the events of the previous day, the cooperation during the wall repair, Styrkar's dispensation to Eof, the shared cultural experience of Haldor's storytelling, have slightly altered the social dynamics within the Longhouse. Has the balance between rigid hierarchy and necessary flexibility shifted in ways that might, over time, modify the structure itself? Or will the powerful forces of tradition, economic necessity, and deeply ingrained belief systems maintain the Longhouse social order essentially unchanged despite these small ripples on its surface? The storm has passed, leaving behind a transformed landscape blanketed in pristine snow that sparkles blindingly in the winter sunlight. With clear weather, the routine of the Longhouse shifts dramatically as many household members prepare to venture outside for necessary tasks delayed by the previous day's confinement. This transition from the enclosed world of the Longhouse to the wider environment provides a new lens through which to observe the social hierarchy and its practical functions. Norse tradesman. Styrkar stands near the doorway, issuing instructions that organize the day's labor according to status and responsibility. Bjorn and other free men, including Halvard, will assess damage to outbuildings and clear paths to essential structures. Women of similar status will check food stores in the separate storage buildings and begin preparing materials for repairs. Thralls are assigned the heaviest physical labor, clearing deep snow from the animal pens, chopping additional firewood, and carrying water from the partially frozen stream, the Warrior Lodge. This allocation of tasks reveals the practical underpinnings of the social hierarchy. Physical labor, particularly that which is repetitive, strenuous, or unpleasant, falls primarily to those of lowest status. Decision-making, supervision, and skilled work are reserved for those of higher position. This arrangement maximizes the value extracted from each person while reinforcing their place in the social order. Yet, it also contains its own internal logic beyond mere exploitation. Those who direct must understand the entirety of the household's needs and capabilities, a form of mental labor that complements the physical work performed by others. Twinkled as household members disperse to their assigned tasks, the Longhouse itself temporarily transforms. With fewer people inside, the smoke thins, the noise level drops, and the space seems suddenly expansive after the crowded conditions of the storm day. Those who remain, primarily the elderly, very young children, and a few adults assigned to indoor tasks, experience a rare moment of relative privacy and quiet life in Norway. Outside, the social hierarchy remains visible in the patterns of movement and work, but with subtle differences from its indoor manifestation. Physical capability becomes more important in the challenging winter environment, occasionally creating situations where younger, stronger thralls temporarily direct older or less physically capable free persons in specific tasks requiring strength or endurance. These inversions of the usual authority patterns are accepted as practical necessities, but carefully bounded to specific contexts, the warrior lodge. By midday, as workers return to the Longhouse for a brief meal and warming, an incident occurs that dramatically illuminates the complexities of status and obligation within the Norse social system. A young man approaches the settlement visibly exhausted from traveling through deep snow. He is recognized as Einar, a cousin of Styrkar's wife Ingrid, coming from a settlement a day's journey away. His arrival is unexpected and creates an immediate reconfiguration of the social space, the warrior lodge. Einar brings disturbing news. His family's farm has been badly damaged by fire, leaving them without adequate shelter for the winter. He has come to ask for Styrkar's assistance, invoking the obligations of kinship that form a critical element of Norse social relations. This request places Styrkar at the intersection of competing responsibilities, to his extended family, to his own household whose resources are already carefully allocated for winter survival, and to his position as a leader whose decisions must appear just and wise to those he governs. Twinkle. The ensuing discussions and decisions reveal the social hierarchy operating at multiple levels simultaneously. Styrkar consults first with Ingrid, acknowledging both her kinship connection to the supplicant and her authority over household resources that would be affected by any aid offered. He then speaks privately with Bjorn and Halvard, representing the perspectives of his heir and his most trusted Carl. Only after these consultations does he announce his decision to the assembled household, the warrior lodge. Styrkar's solution demonstrates the sophisticated balancing of obligations that characterizes the Norse social system at its most functional. He will send Halvard, along with one other free man and the thrall Tadg, to help Einar's family construct a temporary shelter that will see them through the winter. He contributes tools, some building materials, and a small quantity of food, stores. He also offers to take in Einar's youngest sister until spring, adding temporarily to his household while reducing the burden on the damaged farm, Twinkle. This decision reverberates differently through various segments of the Longhouse society. For Halvard, it represents both an obligation and an opportunity. The assignment requires him to leave his own family temporarily, but it also demonstrates Styrkar's trust and may create reciprocal obligations from Einar's family that could benefit Halvard in the future. For Tadg, selected because of his woodworking skills, the assignment means additional hardship, but also recognition of his value and possibly improved treatment upon return, the warrior lodge. The preparations for this mission occasion a reshuffling of the Longhouse's internal responsibilities. With Halvard departing, Astrid will need additional help with certain tasks which Styrkar arranges by temporarily reassigning the thrall woman Gyda to assist her. The ripple effects of this change touch many aspects of daily routine, requiring adjustments throughout the household. These adjustments reveal how the social hierarchy, while seemingly rigid in its basic outline, contains numerous points of flexibility that allow it to adapt to changing circumstances. Twinkle by evening as Halvard and the others prepare for early departure. The following day, the Longhouse has returned to its usual configuration of indoor activities. The focus on the upcoming journey and the arrival of a guest create a slightly different atmosphere, with conversations centering on conditions at Einar's settlement, the best routes given the snow conditions, and speculation about other damages the storm might have caused to neighboring farms' Norse tradesmen. The evening meal becomes an opportunity to ritually affirm the bonds of kinship and loyalty that make the next day's mission possible. Einar is seated in a position of honor near Styrkar, despite his current misfortune. Special food items, preserved berries, honey, and a piece of smoked meat reserved for important occasions, are included in the meal. These symbolic gestures serve multiple purposes. They honor the obligation to assist kin, they recognize the sacrifice being made by those departing on a difficult winter journey, and they remind all present of the mutual obligations that bind them together after the meal. The focus shifts to practical preparations for the journey. Here again, the social hierarchy manifests in the distribution of tasks. Halvard and the other freeman select appropriate tools and discuss strategy. Ingrid and Astrid prepare food provisions. Thralls, directed by their social superiors, assemble other necessary supplies and prepare appropriate winter clothing for the travelers. Twinkle. This evening of preparation illustrates an important aspect of the Longhouse social system. Its ability to mobilize resources and coordinate complex activities through clearly understood chains of command. Each person knows their responsibilities and performs them with minimal need for detailed instruction. The hierarchy, with its clear delineation of authority and obligation, enables efficient response to unexpected challenges like Einar's request for assistance, the warrior lodge, as night settles over the Longhouse and the household prepares for sleep. Private conversations occur in various corners of the structure. Halvard and Astrid discuss arrangements for her and their children during his absence. Tadg and Auifa whisper quietly about the journey ahead and the opportunity it might represent for him to demonstrate his value to Stirkar. Stirkar and Ingrid confer about the longer-term implications of the fire at her cousin's farm, including the possibility that some of that family might need to be permanently incorporated into their household if the damage proves too severe to overcome life in Norway. These intimate conversations, occurring in the semi-privacy created by darkness and lowered voices, reveal the emotional undercurrents that flow beneath the structural elements of the social hierarchy. Family bonds, personal ambitions, concerns, and affections exist alongside, and sometimes in tension with the formal patterns of authority and deference. The Longhouse contains not just a social structure, but a complex emotional ecosystem shaped by both collective norms and individual relationships. History on the net. Pre-dawn brings a flurry of activity as Halvard, his free companion, and Tadgi prepare to depart with Einar. The leave-taking process further illuminates aspects of the social hierarchy. Stirkar formally sends them off with specific instructions and authority to represent his interests. Farewells follow a pattern determined by status. Family members embrace, while thralls receive briefer acknowledgements. Tadge's wife, Orfer, is permitted a moment to speak privately with him, a small concession to human feeling within the constraints of their unfree status, the warrior lodge. As the travelers disappear into the winter landscape, the Longhouse reconfigures once again to adapt to their absence. The daily routine must continue, but with adjustments to compensate for the missing workers. This situation creates limited opportunities for those of lower status to temporarily assume responsibilities usually above their position. The thrall, Katil, for instance, is assigned certain tasks normally performed by free men, though under close supervision and with clear limits to his authority. Twinkle. The day proceeds with the usual rhythm of work, meals, and social interaction, but with subtle differences that highlight how the absence of specific individuals affects the overall social ecosystem. Halvard's empty place on the sleeping platform, his unoccupied spot at meals, the tasks he would normally perform, now reassigned to others, all serve as reminders of the interconnected nature of the Longhouse community despite its clear hierarchical divisions. Life in Norway. By evening, a new development further illuminates the complex social dynamics of the Longhouse. Rumors begin to circulate among the thralls about conditions at other nearby settlements. Gyda, who had brief contact with a thrall from another household while collecting water, has heard that a neighboring jarl treats his unfree workers with unusual harshness, prompting several to attempt escape despite the deadly winter conditions. This information moves through the lowest level of the social hierarchy via whispers and subtle gestures, largely invisible to those of higher status, the warrior lodge. The circulation of this information reveals an aspect of Longhouse life rarely acknowledged by those in power, the existence of a parallel communication network among the unfree through which they share knowledge relevant to their specific position and interests. While they cannot change the fundamental structure of their society, thralls can and do maintain a degree of agency through the strategic use of information, selective effort, and the cultivation of skills that increase their value and improve their treatment, the warrior lodge. The thrall's reaction to this news also illustrates the complexity of their position within the social hierarchy. While none express satisfaction with their unfree status, they make clear distinctions between better and worse masters. Several acknowledge that Stirkar, while maintaining firm authority, avoids unnecessary cruelty and recognizes exceptional service with appropriate rewards. Their pragmatic assessment of their situation, comparing their current condition not to freedom but to worse forms of bondage, helps explain how the institution of thraldom maintains itself despite its inherent inequity, the warrior lodge. With Halvard absent, Stirkar invites Gunnar the blacksmith to join the evening conversation near the high seat, a temporary elevation of status based on both practical need for his expertise in planning spring projects and recognition of his loyalty in remaining with the household despite offers from other settlements. This small gesture demonstrates the limited but real mobility possible within the Norse social system, where demonstrated skill and loyalty can modify, if not fundamentally change, one's position in the hierarchy. Twinkle. The evening's activities again center around cultural practices that both reflect and reinforce the social order. Stirkar requests that Haldor share a particular poem about the obligations between leaders and followers, a timely choice given the assistant's mission to Einar's family. The poem's content extols loyalty, wisdom in leadership, and mutual obligation, values that support the existing social structure while also establishing standards by which those in power may be judged via. As the household prepares for sleep, the physical arrangement once again mirrors the social hierarchy, but with the small adjustments necessitated by absent members. Spaces on the platforms are slightly rearranged, with some individuals benefiting from marginally improved positions while maintaining the overall pattern of status distribution from west to east. These minor shifts illustrate how the system accommodates necessary changes while preserving its fundamental structure. History on the net. The next day brings the first significant thaw since deep winter began, a brief respite of warmer air that creates both opportunities and challenges for the settlement. Stirkar uses this weather window to organize a hunting expedition, selecting participants based on a combination of skill, trustworthiness, and status. This selection process reveals again how practical needs sometimes modify but never fully supersede social hierarchy Norse tradesmen. The hunt presents an unusual situation in which Ketil, a thrall but known for his exceptional tracking abilities, is included in the party. His participation comes with clear limitations. He is not armed with weapons that could be turned against his masters, his movements are always within sight of free men, and he will receive only token recognition from any successful kills. Yet his inclusion at all in such a prestigious activity marks a rare crossing of status boundaries justified by his special skills, the warrior lodge. While the hunters are away, the Longhouse becomes predominantly female space, temporarily altering the usual gender dynamics that operate within the social hierarchy. Ingrid exercises authority that more closely approximates Stirkar's comprehensive control, making decisions that would normally await his input. Astrid and other free women manage thrall women with minimal male oversight. This situation reveals how gender and status intersect in the Norse social system, with high-status women able to command men of lower status while still deferring to men of equal or higher position. When present, Twinkle Late Afternoon brings unexpected drama when the hunting party returns with both success and crisis. They have killed 2 deer, valuable additions to the winter food stores, but Gunnar has been injured by a fall on icy terrain with a possible broken arm. The response to this dual development illustrates how the Longhouse functions as both a social and a practical system for managing resources and emergencies Norse tradesmen. The community immediately divides into focused activity groups that cut across but do not erase status lines. Those with medical knowledge, regardless of general status, gather around Gunnar to assess and treat his injury. Others focus on processing the deer quickly before the temperature rises further and threatens the meat. In both cases, specific skills temporarily outweigh general status in determining who directs and who follows, though the overall framework of authority remains intact. Twinkle Astrid, whose knowledge of healing techniques is respected throughout. The settlement takes the lead in treating Gunnar's injury, directing even free men in assisting her and sending the thrall woman Guider to gather specific stored herbs needed for a poultice. This temporary authority, based on specialized knowledge rather than permanent status, exemplifies how the Norse social system incorporates practical flexibility within its hierarchical framework via. The processing of the deer reveals similar patterns of practical adaptation within the social structure. The initial butchering is directed by an older freeman with particular expertise, with workers of various statuses following his instructions. The distribution of the resulting meat, however, strictly follows hierarchical patterns. The best cuts are reserved for Stirkar's family, good portions go to free household members, and lesser parts to the thralls, though all will benefit from this addition to the winter stores via. The events of the day, the hunt, Gunnar's injury, the processing of the deer, create natural topics for the evening's conversation around the fires. The telling and retelling of these experiences serve multiple social functions beyond mere entertainment. They celebrate values important to the community, skill in hunting, bravery in facing injury, efficient use of resources. They recognize individual contributions across status boundaries, and they reinforce the collective identity of the household as a unit that can successfully respond to both opportunities and challenges via. As another day in the Longhouse draws to a close, an observation suggests itself. The Norse social hierarchy, while clearly defined and omnipresent, is neither monolithic nor static. It operates differently across contexts, work, meals, cultural activities, emergencies. It allows for limited but real expressions of individual capability and agency, even from those in lower positions. It contains mechanisms for both maintaining stability and adapting to changing circumstances. Perhaps most importantly, it exists not merely as an abstract system of power relations, but as a lived reality in which all participants, from highest to lowest, must find their way between the benches that physically and symbolically define their place in the world, the Warrior Lodge. The following morning brings news that transforms the mood of the Longhouse. A messenger arrives reporting that Halvard and his companions have successfully reached Einar's settlement and begun constructing the temporary shelter. This positive development coincides with Gunnar's injury, showing signs of improvement under Astrid's care. The conjunction of these favorable reports creates a sense of optimism that influences interactions throughout the day, temporarily softening some of the sharper edges of status distinction Norse tradesmen. This moment of collective positive feeling illustrates something important about the emotional dimension of Longhouse life. The shared experience of the household, while differentiated by status, creates a common emotional weather that affects all inhabitants. Good news for the community is good news for individuals across status boundaries, just as threats to the collective well-being endanger everyone, though unequally. This shared emotional context helps explain why even those at the bottom of the hierarchy often identify with the household's interests, despite their disadvantaged position within it. Twinkle as life in the Longhouse continues its daily rhythm, with tasks assigned according to status, meals distributed hierarchically, and sleeping arrangements reflecting social position. What becomes most apparent is not the static structure of Norse society, but its dynamic nature, the constant negotiation of authority and deference, the small adjustments that allow for individual differences within collective categories, the practical flexibility that enables survival in challenging circumstances, and the cultural practices that both justify and modify the distribution of power, resources and opportunities. The Warrior Lodge. The Longhouse, with its physical arrangement of spaces from high seat to animal stalls, provides the stage on which this social drama plays out, day after day, season after season, generation after generation. The patterns established between its benches, who sits where, who speaks when, who works at what tasks, who eats which portions, constitute not merely a system of control, but a complex cultural achievement, a way of organizing human relationships that allowed Norse society to survive and sometimes thrive in one of the world's most challenging environments, life in Norway. For those born into this world, whether as Jarl, Carl, or Thrall, the social hierarchy represented not an arbitrary arrangement, but the natural order of things sanctioned by tradition, necessity, and the gods themselves. The inequality inherent in the system was justified by a worldview in which different social positions were divinely ordained, and in which survival demanded clear lines of authority and efficient allocation of resources. The Warrior Lodge. Yet, within this seemingly rigid framework, individuals found ways to express their humanity, to form connections across status boundaries, to negotiate better positions through demonstrated skill and loyalty, and occasionally to challenge aspects of the system that seemed unjust even by its own standards. The Longhouse contained both the structure that constrained them and the spaces, physical, social, and psychological, in which they could maneuver within those constraints. Twinkle. As we leave the Longhouse and its inhabitants to continue their complex dance of power and submission, cooperation and competition, tradition and adaptation, we carry with us a deeper understanding of how social hierarchies function not as abstract systems, but as lived realities. The space between the benches was where Norse society defined itself through daily interactions, cultural practices, responses to challenges, and the continuous negotiation of what it meant to be human in a world understood as inherently hierarchical, yet dependent on mutual obligation for survival via. In this understanding lies, perhaps, the most important insight from our journey into the social world of the Longhouse, that human societies, even those most different from our own in their organization of power and resources, operate through a complex interplay of structure and agency, constraint and creativity, tradition and adaptation. Between the benches of the Longhouse, in the measured spaces that separated Jarl from Carl from Thrall, we find not just an ancient social order, but a mirror reflecting the universal human challenge of creating meaning and finding a path within the structures that both support and limit our existence. The harvest moon hangs full and heavy in the clear September sky, casting silver light across the fjord and illuminating the busy figures moving between the Longhouse and the various outbuildings of the small Norse settlement. The year is approximately 950 CE, and the location is a coastal farmstead in what will someday be known as northern Norway. Winter is still weeks away, but every member of the household knows that survival during the coming months of cold and darkness depends entirely on the preparations they make now. Norse tradesman Dr. Ragnhild Eriksdotter, a sturdy woman in her early 40s and wife to the settlement's leader, stands in the doorway of the largest structure, a longhouse measuring 22 meters in length and 7 meters in width. From this vantage point, she surveys the activities of the household with sharp eyes that miss nothing. Her hands, calloused from decades of work, are never idle, even in this moment of observation. Her fingers methodically separate dried herbs into different bundles as she watches the preparation of the winter's larder unfold across the settlement. Life in Norway. Inside the longhouse, a transformation is underway. What serves as communal living space during most of the year is being partially reconfigured to accommodate the storage of food that will sustain approximately 20 people through the coming winter. The raised platforms that run along the walls, normally used for sleeping and sitting, now also function as storage areas. Beneath them, wooden chests and barrels hold grain, dried fish, and other preserved foods. Above, hanging from the rafters, various foodstuffs dangle in different stages of preservation. Bundles of herbs, strings of mushrooms, and meat in the process of smoking Herstwick. For the Norse, winter survival depends on a sophisticated understanding of food preservation techniques developed and refined over generations. Each method addresses specific challenges posed by the northern climate and the seasonal availability of different food sources. In the weeks leading up to winter, these techniques are applied with careful attention to detail, for a mistake in preservation could mean hunger or even starvation before spring returns via. Near one of the central hearths, Ragnhild's daughter, Solveig, a young woman of 19, oversees a crucial preservation process: the smoking of fish. Cod and herring, caught during the late summer fishing expeditions, have been cleaned, split open, and hung on wooden racks above smouldering fires of alder wood. The smoke, rising lazily toward the roof vents, contains natural compounds that both flavor the fish and inhibit the growth of bacteria that would cause spoilage. The process requires constant attention. The fire must be maintained at precisely the right temperature, neither too hot to cook the fish nor too cool to effectively preserve it. Via outside the longhouse, other preservation activities take place simultaneously. On wooden frames erected specifically for this purpose, fillets of fish hang in the cool autumn air, drying naturally without smoke. This technique, used particularly for cod, produces stockfish, one of the most important staples of the winter diet. The process depends on the perfect combination of temperature, wind, and low humidity found in the early autumn climate. The resulting product, when properly prepared, can last for years without spoiling, providing protein when fresh food becomes scarce. Norse tradesmen. Near these drying racks stands Eirik, Ragnhild's husband, and the leader of the settlement. A man in his late 40s with a grey-streaked beard and the weathered face of someone who has spent decades navigating the harsh northern seas, he examines each fish with an expert eye, assessing its progress. Too much moisture remaining in the flesh or any sign of improper drying could compromise the entire winter's supply. His careful inspection reflects the seriousness with which the Norse approach food preservation. It is not merely a household task, but a matter of communal survival. Via, at the edge of the settlement, a different preservation technique is being employed for meat. A group of men, including Eirik's eldest son Magnus, have returned from a successful hunt with 2 deer. The carcasses are quickly and efficiently processed, the meat divided into portions that will be preserved using different methods. Some cuts are being salted, others prepared for smoking, and still others cut into thin strips for air drying. Nothing is wasted, even the bones will be used for tools or boiled for their nutritious marrow, and the hides carefully treated for later use in clothing or bedding via. The salting process is particularly labor-intensive and requires careful management of a precious resource. Salt obtained through trade or the boiling of seawater is a valuable commodity in Norse society. It works as a preservative by drawing moisture from the meat, creating an environment hostile to bacteria. In a small shed adjacent to the Longhouse, cuts of meat are packed in layers of salt in wooden barrels. This salted meat, when properly prepared, will last through the winter and provide essential protein when hunting becomes difficult or impossible in the deep, cold Norse tradesmen. Inside another outbuilding, 3 women work steadily on a different preservation challenge: dairy products. The settlement maintains a small herd of cows and goats, but their milk production will diminish significantly during winter. To capture this nutritional resource, milk is processed into butter and cheese, which keep much longer than the fresh liquid. Butter is churned in wooden vessels, then packed into containers and sometimes preserved with salt. Cheese is created through a more complex process involving rennet, an enzyme from calves' stomachs, to separate curds from whey, followed by pressing and aging via. A particularly distinctive Norse dairy product being prepared is skyr, a thick, yogurt-like substance made by adding specific bacteria to skim milk, allowing it to curdle, then straining away the whey. The resulting product is high in protein and can last for months in the cool conditions of a Norse winter. It will serve as an important nutritional source when fresh food becomes scarce. The women preparing it work with practiced movements, passing knowledge that has been transmitted through generations via. Not all preservation takes place outside the Longhouse. At one end of the structure, near a hearth, Ragnhild herself now supervises the processing of grains harvested from the settlement's small fields. Barley, the primary grain crop in this northern region, has been threshed to separate the edible portion from the inedible chaff. Now it must be properly dried to prevent mold and stored in a way that protects it from moisture and pests via. The dried grain will be stored in large wooden containers, sometimes lined with particular herbs that help repel insects. Some portion is ground into flour using hand mills, heavy stones that require significant effort to operate. This flour must also be kept dry and will be used throughout winter for making flatbread, a staple of the Norse diet. The grinding is done in stages throughout the winter rather than all at once, as flour spoils more quickly than whole grains via. In a corner of the Longhouse, 2 older children tend to another preservation project, stringing mushrooms onto lengths of twine to be hung from the rafters for drying. Fungi collected from the surrounding forests during the autumn provide not only variety to the winter diet, but also important nutrients. The children work under the watchful eye of an elderly woman who inspects each mushroom to ensure that only edible varieties are included. A mistake here could be fatal. This task exemplifies how food preservation knowledge is passed down through generations, with younger members of the household learning through observation and guided practice. Norse tradesmen. Outside, in a small garden plot adjacent to the Longhouse, the last of the season's vegetables are being harvested, primarily root crops like turnips, carrots, and onions that can withstand the cooler autumn temperatures. These vegetables present their own preservation challenges. Some will be stored in cool, dry conditions, buried in sand or straw in specific storage pits dug into the ground. Others will be dried or pickled for longer preservation. Via. The pickling process takes place near another of the Longhouse's hearths. Vegetables are placed in wooden barrels with a brine solution. Salt water, sometimes flavored with herbs. The salt and resulting fermentation create conditions that preserve the vegetables for months. Similar fermentation techniques are applied to cabbage, producing something akin to sauerkraut, which provides vital vitamin C during the winter months. When fresh vegetables are unavailable, a nutritional insurance against scurvy, though the Norse would not have understood the science behind it via. In addition to foods directly harvested or hunted, the Norse collect wild resources that contribute significantly to their winter survival. Children return from the surrounding forests with baskets of berries, bilberries, crowberries, and cloudberries that grow abundantly in the northern landscape. These fruits are too watery to dry effectively, but can be preserved in honey for wealthier households, or simply mashed and stored in cool locations where they freeze naturally during winter. They provide essential vitamins and welcome flavor variety during the monotonous winter diet via. Near the edge of the settlement, beehives constructed of hollowed logs yield another precious preservation resource, honey. While not available to all Norse households, those with access to honey use it not only as a sweetener, but as a preservative. Certain fruits and berries are stored in honey, which prevents spoilage through its high sugar content and antimicrobial properties. The harvesting of honey is a specialized task undertaken by those with specific knowledge of bee behavior and the protective equipment, usually leather clothing, needed to avoid stings via. The preparation of the winter's larder also includes another critical element of Norse cuisine, beer and mead. These alcoholic beverages are not merely recreational but nutritional supplements and preservation methods in their own right. The fermentation process makes the grain's nutrients more accessible and creates a liquid that, due to its alcohol content, resists spoilage better than water. In a separate building to reduce fire risk, large wooden vats contain fermenting barley for beer and honey for the more prestigious mead via. As the day's work continues, Ragnhild moves through the settlement, checking each preservation process with experienced eyes. She stops to adjust the temperature of a smoking fire, inspects the progress of drying fish, tests the consistency of a batch of skyr, and examines jars of pickled vegetables. Her role in the household is not merely supervisory but educational. Through her actions and occasional corrections, she transmits essential knowledge to younger women who will someday bear responsibility for their own household's winter preparations. Twinkletunt, the community aspect of food preservation becomes apparent as the day progresses. While each household in the small settlement has primary responsibility for its own supplies, certain tasks are performed collectively to maximize efficiency. The smoking shed is large enough to accommodate fish and meat from multiple families. Butter churning is done in rotation, with women from different households taking turns at the strenuous task. Hunting parties include men from across the settlement, with the results divided according to established customs that ensure all receive a share, though not necessarily equal portions. Life in Norway. By late afternoon, as the autumn sun begins its early descent toward the horizon, the day's preservation work starts to wind down. The results are assessed. Quantities of smoked fish, salted meat, dried vegetables, and fermented dairy products are mentally tallied against the anticipated needs of the winter months ahead. Adjustments to the plan are made based on this. Accounting, perhaps more hunting expeditions will be necessary, or trading with neighboring settlements for additional grain. Norse tradesmen. Inside the Longhouse, the spatial reorganization continues to accommodate the growing winter stores. The Norse conception of space is flexible and multifunctional. Areas used for one purpose during summer may serve entirely different functions in winter. Storage spaces are created in every available location, under sleeping platforms, in roof rafters, along walls, and in specialized containers. This reorganization follows both practical considerations of preservation requirements and cultural understandings of appropriate ordering life in Norway. The evening meal provides an opportunity to sample some of the preserved foods already completed. Smoked fish from earlier batches, aged cheese, and bread made from stored flour. The meal serves multiple purposes beyond mere sustenance. It allows for quality testing of preservation methods, provides a communal moment to recognize the day's achievements, and offers a context for discussing the continuing preparation tasks for the days ahead. Around the central hearth, as family, members eat. Eric and Ragnhild confer about priorities for the next day's work via. After the meal, as darkness falls completely, the final preservation tasks of the day are completed by lamplight. Inside the longhouse, herbs hung earlier are checked for proper drying. The fires, smoking fish and meat, are banked to continue their slow work through the night. Outside, protective coverings are placed over drying racks to shield them from dew. Each food type requires specific conditions for optimal preservation, and these conditions must be maintained regardless of the time of day, Norse tradesmen. As the household finally settles for sleep on the same platforms that now also serve as food storage areas, Ragnhild lies awake for a time, mentally reviewing the status of the winter preparations. Her thoughts reflect the complex calculations involved in Norse winter survival, estimating food quantities needed for approximately 20 people for 6 months or more, allowing for variables such as weather severity, unexpected guests, and the possibility of raids or other disruptions. The responsibility weighs heavily, for a significant miscalculation could mean hunger, or worse, before spring brings renewed access to fresh food via. As sleep finally claims her, one question remains in Ragnhild's mind. A question that has occupied Norse households for countless generations and will continue to do so for centuries to come. Have we done enough? The winter's larder, for all its careful planning and meticulous execution, remains a gamble against the unknown duration and severity of the season ahead. Will the smoked fish last until spring fishing becomes possible again? Will the grain stores suffice if late frosts delay the next planting? Will there be enough vitamin-rich preserved foods to prevent the debilitating illnesses that sometimes strike during the final months of winter? These questions, essential to survival in the northern lands, will find their answers only in the unfolding of the winter to come. For now, the settlement sleeps, surrounded by the results of their preservation labors. The carefully prepared stores that represent their best effort to ensure that when spring eventually returns, all will still be alive to greet it. The first snows of winter have fallen, transforming the landscape around the Longhouse into a world of white and grey. It is early November and the serious cold has not yet arrived, but already the rhythm of life has changed dramatically from the busy harvest and preservation season of autumn. Outside activities have diminished significantly, with only essential tasks like tending livestock and collecting firewood drawing people from the shelter of the Longhouse. Inside, the community has settled into its winter configuration, a more confined, intimate arrangement that will define their existence for the next 5 to 6 months. Norse tradesmen. The Longhouse interior, now fully transformed for winter. Living reveals the results of the preservation efforts undertaken during autumn. The spatial organization reflects both practical storage needs and the cultural importance of different food types. Near the high seat where Eirik sits during meals and important discussions, the most valued preserved foods are stored: aged cheese, mead, honey, and the finest cuts of smoked meat. This arrangement is not merely convenient but symbolic, associating the household leader with control of the most prestigious food resources life in Norway. Along the sleeping platforms that run the length of the Longhouse, storage chests and bags contain the bulk of the grain supply, many kilograms of barley and smaller quantities of rye. These platforms serve triple duty during winter, as sleeping areas at night, workspaces during the day, and as the structural support for food storage. The Norse concept of space is fundamentally different from modern notions of single-purpose rooms. Every area of the Longhouse must function in multiple ways to accommodate all the needs of the household during the confined winter months. Hurstwicks. Above, suspended from the rafters, hang the most visible elements of the winter larder. Long strings of dried mushrooms form undulating lines across the ceiling. Bundles of herbs, both culinary and medicinal, create small bursts of muted color against the smoke-darkened roof beams. Whole dried fish hang in rows, their preserved bodies stiff as boards. Smoked meat, darker in color, and still carrying the aroma of the preservation fires, dangles from hooks in the areas farther from the central hearths, where the cooler temperatures better suit its storage needs. This aerial storage serves practical purposes, keeps food away from mice, maximizes use of limited space, and allows items to continue drying in the rising heat from the fire's via. The central hearths themselves, which provide both warmth and cooking capabilities, are surrounded by the tools and containers needed for winter food preparation. Cauldrons of various sizes suspended from tripods or ceiling chains allow for different cooking methods. Stone grinding tools for processing grain into flour sit nearby, ready for daily use. Wooden bowls and buckets contain items in current use, a portion of butter brought in from the cooler storage outside, some dried berries being soaked to reconstitute them, or leftover porridge that will be incorporated into the next meal. Hurstwick. In one corner of the Longhouse, a small barrel contains fermented fish, a pungent delicacy called surströmming that many modern people would find nearly intolerable, but that the Norse consider both nutritious and flavorful. The fermentation process, which involves just enough salt to control the bacterial action without stopping it completely, creates a preserved fish product high in protein that can last through the winter. The strong smell is accepted as a natural part of the Longhouse environment during winter months via. On this particular morning, Ragnhild is engaged in the first major reassessment of the winter stores since the preservation season ended. This accounting is a critical task performed regularly throughout winter, taking stock of remaining supplies, calculating consumption rates, and adjusting distribution as needed to ensure that essential foods last until spring. She moves methodically through the Longhouse, checking containers, counting dried fish, estimating the remaining grain, and making mental notes of which preserved foods are diminishing faster than anticipated Norse tradesmen. This inventory process reveals the sophisticated mathematics involved in Norse winter survival. Not formal calculations on paper, but practical arithmetic held in memory and passed down through generations of experience. Ragnhild knows approximately how much barley porridge 20 people will consume in a day, how long a preserved cheese of a certain size should last if used in particular quantities, and how to adjust these calculations based on the changing appetites that come with different winter activities and the variable nutritional needs of household members of different ages and responsibilities. Via. The morning's assessment results in several adjustments to the food plan. Ragnhild confers with Eirik, informing him that the smoked venison is depleting more quickly than expected, perhaps because the smoke penetration was not as thorough in some pieces as it should have been, requiring earlier consumption to prevent spoilage. Together they decide to organize an additional hunting expedition while the weather still permits, targeting both deer and smaller game that can be freshly consumed, reducing pressure on the preserved meat supplies Norse tradesmen. Meanwhile, the daily work of winter food preparation continues around them. Near one hearth, Solveig supervises the processing of dried stockfish, cod that was air-dried during autumn until it achieved a wood-like hardness. Before it can be consumed, this preservation masterpiece requires substantial preparation. The fish must first be hammered with a wooden mallet to break down its rigid structure, then soaked in a mixture of water and lye derived from wood ash, and finally rinsed thoroughly before cooking. The resulting food, despite its elaborate preparation requirements, provides crucial protein during the winter months via. At another hearth, an elderly woman named Astrid, Eirik's mother, demonstrates to two younger women the proper preparation of soured milk products. The natural fermentation of milk in the cool conditions of a Norse winter creates a tangy, yogurt-like substance that provides both nutrition and beneficial bacteria that aid in digestion. Astrid shows how to recognize when the fermentation has reached the ideal stage and how to separate the thickened product from the whey, which will be used in other dishes rather than discarded via. The sounds of food preparation fill the Longhouse. The rhythmic thumping of the stockfish mallet, the scraping of the hand mill grinding barley into flour, the bubbling of a cauldron where a stew of preserved meat and dried vegetables slowly cooks. These sounds, along with the conversations that accompany the work, create the acoustic backdrop of winter life. Unlike the relatively silent modern kitchen with its electric appliances, Norse food preparation is noisy, communal, and constant, an all-day activity that engages multiple household members in different tasks. In Norway, outside the Longhouse, despite the snow and cold, some food-related activities continue. A small group of men and older boys checks fish traps set in the nearby stream, which remains partially unfrozen due to its rapid current. While winter fishing yields much less than summer expeditions, any fresh catch is a valuable supplement to preserved stores and provides welcome variety to the diet. The fish they bring back, a few modest trout, will be consumed immediately rather than preserved, giving tonight's meal a special quality compared to the usual winter fare Norse tradesmen. In another outdoor location, a specially constructed pit in the ground serves as a natural refrigeration unit. Dug deep enough to remain at a constant cool temperature and lined with stones, straw, and birch bark, this pit contains certain foods that require cold storage rather than drying or smoking. Some root vegetables, particularly turnips, store better this way than through drying. Fermented dairy products also keep well in this cool environment. Accessing these stores requires clearing snow and navigating the slippery ground, but the nutritional variety they provide justifies the effort Norse tradesmen. As midday approaches, the main meal of the day is prepared at the central hearth. Unlike modern mealtimes, which tend to be relatively brief and focused exclusively on eating, the Norse midday meal during winter is an extended affair that combines sustenance with social functions and often work activities that can be performed while seated near the fire. The meal itself reflects both the preservation techniques that make winter survival possible and the careful rationing required to make stores last through the season. Life in Norway. The centerpiece of today's meal is a stew combining several preserved ingredients, some of the smoked venison cut into small pieces to distribute its flavor widely, dried turnips and onions reconstituted through soaking and cooking, and barley to provide filling bulk. The relatively small amount of meat in proportion to vegetables and grain is typical of winter cooking, where protein sources must be carefully rationed. Flavor comes from the smoking process that preserved the meat, and from a small amount of dried herbs added during cooking. Via. Accompanying the stew is flatbread made from barley flour, mixed with a small amount of pea flour to extend the precious grain supply. The bread is baked on flat stones placed at the edge of the hearth fire, a technique that requires skill to achieve proper cooking without burning. Each person also receives a small piece of aged cheese and, because of the special occasion of fresh fish, a portion of the morning's catch, simply boiled with a sprinkle of the household's dwindling salt supply, via. The distribution of food follows the established social hierarchy of the household. Eirik, as the leader, receives the largest portion and the choice pieces of fish and meat. Ragnhild and their children receive the next best portions. Other free members of the household, extended family, and workers who are not thralls receive standard portions. The thralls, who constitute about a quarter of this particular household, receive adequate but smaller shares, with less meat and fish than the others. This differential distribution is not seen as unfair, but as the natural reflection of social order, though wise household leaders ensure that even thralls receive sufficient nutrition to maintain their health and working capacity through the winter, the warrior lodge. The meal is consumed from wooden bowls using wooden spoons or, for some items, simply with fingers. Drinks include water, buttermilk, and, for Eric and adult male free members of the household, a small amount of ale. The ale consumption is carefully managed. While considerable quantities were brewed during the autumn, it must last through the winter and is reserved primarily for men of status and for special occasions and religious observances. Everyday drinking for most household members consists of water or dairy-based beverages via. Conversation during the meal touches on various aspects of winter survival. Eric and the hunters discuss plans for the next day's expedition, considering the weather signs and the most promising locations given recent animal sightings. Ragnhild and Solveig confer about adjustments to the preservation storage, noting that some dried mushrooms have developed spots of mold and must be used quickly or discarded. An older man shares his observation that the winter seems milder than last year, leading to speculation about whether spring might come early, bringing relief to their carefully managed food supplies sooner than anticipated Norse tradesmen. After the meal, the cooking cauldron is carefully cleaned and preserved food items returned to their storage locations. Nothing edible is wasted. Even the liquid from the stew is consumed, containing as it does valuable nutrients and flavors that have leached from the ingredients during cooking. The fire is maintained at a lower level to conserve wood, while still providing necessary warmth, a practice that also creates the perfect temperature for the next food preparation task. Baking a special type of long-lasting bread, Hurstwick. This particular bread, being prepared by two women under Ragnhild's supervision, is made from a mixture of barley and pea flour, with the addition of crushed lingonberries preserved from autumn. The dense, flat loaves are baked slowly on stones at the edge of the fire, creating a product that will last for weeks without spoiling. The inclusion of berries provides both flavor variety and vitamin C, helping to prevent the scurvy that sometimes affects Norse communities toward the end of winter, when fresh foods have long been exhausted. The winter has deepened, and the landscape surrounding the Longhouse lies buried beneath meters of snow. It is early February, what the Norse sometimes call the hunger month, when winter stores begin to dwindle, but spring's relief remains distant. Inside the Longhouse, the atmosphere has subtly shifted from the relative abundance of early winter to a more measured approach to consumption. The careful rationing that was always part of the winter routine has become stricter, with Ragnhild monitoring portions even more vigilantly than before Norse tradesmen. Morning begins as it has for months, with the rekindling of fires that have been banked overnight to conserve precious fuel while maintaining some warmth in the structure. The first meal of the day is simpler now than it was in early winter. Porridge made from barley, but with the grain ground more finely and cooked longer with additional water to create a larger volume from the same amount of raw ingredients. Whereas in November this porridge might have been enriched with butter, dried fruits, or honey, now it is flavored only with a sprinkle of dried herbs and perhaps a small amount of sour milk via. The visual inventory of the winter's larder tells its own story of the passage of time. The rafters, once densely packed with hanging preserved foods, now show significant gaps. Many of the dried fish have been consumed, leaving empty hooks in the ceiling. The barrels containing salt-preserved meats are more than half empty. The stores of dried berries and fruits, never abundant to begin with, have been entirely depleted. What remains has been carefully calculated to last until the first spring foods become available, a period that could be weeks or even months, away depending on the weather. Norse tradesman. This morning, Ragnhild calls Solveig and two other women into a quiet corner of the Longhouse for a serious consultation. Their expressions are grave as they confer in hushed tones, occasionally glancing at the household's remaining food stores. The concern is evident. Despite careful planning and management, the winter is proving longer and harsher than expected. Hunting expeditions have yielded less than hoped due to unusual weather patterns driving game from their normal territories. The fish traps in the stream have frozen over completely for weeks, eliminating that source of fresh protein via. After lengthy discussion, decisions are made. From this day forward, the daily ration of grain will be reduced by 1/5. The remaining smoked meat will be used in smaller portions, primarily to flavor otherwise bland dishes rather than as a substantial protein source. The household will begin consuming items normally reserved for emergencies, including the carefully stored seed grain intended for spring planting. This last measure is particularly serious as it mortgages future food security for present survival, but the calculation is clear. Without adequate food now, there will be no one to plant crops when spring finally arrives. Norse tradesman Eirik, informed of these decisions, grimly concurs. As household leader, he carries the ultimate responsibility for his people's survival, and the potential consequences of these choices weigh heavily on him. Nevertheless, he adds one modification to the plan. His own portion will be reduced by 1/4 rather than 1/5, setting an example of sacrifice appropriate to his leadership position. This gesture, while practically small in its impact on overall food supplies, carries significant social meaning within the household hierarchy, the warrior lodge. The remainder of the morning is devoted to a task that has become increasingly important. As winter progresses, finding alternative food sources that might supplement the dwindling preserved stores. Two older women sort through dried herbs and plants that were collected primarily for medicinal purposes but can, in extremity, provide some nutritional value. Certain tree barks, particularly inner pine bark, can be ground and added to flour to extend supplies, though the resulting bread is bitter and unpalatable, except in necessity. Norse tradesman. Near the central hearth, an elderly man named Gunnar, respected for his knowledge of wild foods, demonstrates to several younger household members how to prepare lichen collected from rocks exposed through the snow. This food source, considered barely edible in normal times, becomes increasingly important during late winter scarcity. The preparation process is complex, involving repeated boiling to remove bitter compounds, but the resulting material provides some sustenance when little else is available. That the household has resorted to this food source is a clear indicator of the seriousness of their situation via. Outside, despite the bitter cold, several men prepare for a desperate fishing expedition to the coast, which lies several hours' journey away. While winter sea fishing is extremely dangerous, the potential reward of fresh protein makes the risk worthwhile in their current circumstances. They pack minimal supplies. Carrying extra weight through deep snow would be exhausting, and they must travel light to have any chance of returning with a meaningful catch. Their departure is marked by formal farewells. All present understand that this journey carries significant risk of injury or death. Norse tradesman. Back in the Longhouse, the midday meal reflects the new rationing regime. The barley porridge is thinner than before, with fewer chunks of dried vegetables. The bread portions are smaller and include some of the emergency pine bark flour, giving it a distinctive dark color and bitter aftertaste. A fish soup contains more bones and heads than meat. Parts that might have been discarded earlier in winter are now carefully utilized for their nutritional value. The portions are distributed according to the revised plan, with Eirik conspicuously taking less than would be his right by position via. Despite the reduced rations, the household maintains its commitment to the community nature of meals. All eat together, seating arranged as always according to status, though the usual conversation is somewhat subdued by hunger and concern. Even in scarcity, social bonds are maintained through shared food, however limited. The Norse understanding of survival encompasses not merely the physical sustenance of individuals, but the maintenance of the social structure that makes collective survival possible. Life in Norway. After the meal, Ragnhild gathers the women of the household for an important task, a complete reorganization of the remaining food stores. This process serves multiple purposes. It allows for accurate assessment of exactly what remains, reveals any items beginning to spoil that must be consumed immediately, and provides an opportunity to redistribute supplies in a way that maximizes preservation. It also carries psychological significance, taking active control of the situation rather than passively awaiting fate, an approach characteristic of Norse culture via. The reorganization reveals both concerns and small blessings. Some of the remaining smoked meat shows signs of mold that must be carefully cut away before the rest can be consumed. However, a forgotten cache of dried mushrooms is discovered at the back of a storage area, providing an unexpected supplement to their dwindling supplies. Each discovery, positive or negative, is met with appropriate response. Adjustments to the consumption plan, reassignment of foods to different storage conditions, or immediate preparation of items that cannot be preserved longer. Norse tradesmen. Throughout the afternoon, the physical effects of reduced nutrition become increasingly apparent. Children are less active than normal, conserving energy as their bodies respond to decreased caloric intake. Adults move more deliberately, minimizing unnecessary exertion. The elderly, particularly vulnerable to nutritional deficiency, spend more time resting on the sleeping platforms. Yet, work continues. Essential tasks cannot be neglected despite hunger, and maintaining routine provides psychological stability in challenging circumstances. Life in Norway. As evening approaches, the household receives unexpected and welcome news. A scout returns reporting that a small herd of reindeer has been spotted within reasonable distance of the settlement. This information galvanizes the remaining able-bodied men into immediate action. A hunting party is hastily assembled, weapons are prepared, and departure plans made for first light the next morning. The chance of substantial fresh meat renews hope that had been flagging with each day of increased scarcity. Norse tradesmen. The evening meal, despite the continued rationing, carries a different atmosphere than midday. The prospect of successful hunting has lifted spirits throughout the Longhouse. The same limited portions somehow seem more satisfying in the context of potential improvement. After eating, preparations for tomorrow's hunt dominate activities near the central hearth. Weapons are checked and prepared, hunting strategies discussed, prayers and small rituals performed to invoke the favor of the gods, particularly Thor and Ulla, associated with strength and hunting. Hurstwick. Meanwhile, in another area of the Longhouse, Ragnhild instructs younger women on contingency preservation techniques should the hunt prove successful. A large influx of fresh meat in late winter presents both opportunity and challenge. Without adequate salt reserves for traditional preservation, alternative methods must be employed to prevent spoilage. These include smoking techniques adapted for emergency use, air drying in the still cold temperatures, and immediate cooking of portions that cannot be preserved, with the resulting broths and stewed meats kept frozen in outdoor snowbanks via. As night falls and the household prepares for sleep, conversations continue in hushed tones about the community's situation. The extreme scarcity they face is not unprecedented. Norse oral tradition contains many accounts of hunger winters, some with tragic outcomes, others where communities survived against the odds. These stories, passed down through generations, provide both pragmatic knowledge of survival techniques and psychological frameworks for enduring hardship. References to ancestors who faced similar challenges offer models of resilience and remind the household that their struggle connects them to a long lineage of northern survivors, Norse tradesmen. Before sleep claims the household, Eirik and Ragnhild confer one final time about tomorrow's hunting expedition and their overall situation. Their conversation, conducted quietly to avoid spreading alarm, acknowledges the gravity of their circumstances, while affirming their determination to see the household through to spring. As leaders, they carry not only practical responsibility for food management, but the emotional burden of maintaining hope and direction for the entire community. Their partnership in this task exemplifies the complementary gender roles in Norse society, distinct but equally essential to collective survival. Twinkle.Dawn brings both anticipation and anxiety as the hunting party prepares to depart. Their success or failure will significantly impact the household's prospects of surviving until spring without severe hardship or loss of life. The hunters consume a small portion of the precious remaining food stores. They will need energy for the arduous task ahead and depart with formal farewells appropriate to a dangerous undertaking. Those remaining behind return to their carefully rationed routine, preserving energy while completing essential tasks, Norse tradesmen. By midday, another development alters the household's situation. The fishing party returns from the coast, frostbitten and exhausted, but carrying several substantial cod and a small quantity of shellfish. This unexpected success is met with quiet celebration, as the fish are immediately processed for consumption. Some will be eaten fresh at the evening meal, providing a critical infusion of protein. The remainder will be quickly smoked or dried to extend its usefulness over several more days via. Late afternoon brings more news. A scout returns from the hunting party, reporting that they have successfully tracked the reindeer herd and expect to return the following day with meat. This information transforms the mood in the Longhouse. The evening meal, though still limited in quantity, is consumed in an atmosphere of relief and guarded optimism. Plans are immediately begun for processing and preserving the anticipated game, with tasks assigned according to skill and experience Norse tradesmen. The following day fulfills this promise when the hunting party returns triumphantly with 2 reindeer. The entire household mobilizes for the critical task of processing this windfall before any meat can spoil. In the area outside the Longhouse, despite the cold, the animals are butchered with practiced efficiency. Every part is utilized. Meat for immediate consumption and preservation, organs and blood for special dishes, bones for tools and soup stock, hides for future processing into leather. Even the antlers are set aside for tool-making and carving projects during the remaining winter days via. Inside the Longhouse, cooking fires burn hot as the first feast in many weeks is prepared. Though still mindful of the need to preserve much of their bounty for the remaining winter, the household allows itself a genuine celebration with more generous portions than have been available since early winter. The meal includes fresh liver, considered a delicacy and particularly valued for its nutritional properties, which seem to provide almost immediate energy to the undernourished community. Even in this moment of relative plenty, however, distribution follows the established social hierarchy, with the hunters who secured this bounty receiving honor portions alongside Eirik and his family, the warrior lodge. Over the next several days, the household's focus is on preserving their bounty to extend its benefit as long as possible. Without adequate salt for traditional methods, they rely heavily on smoking, freeze-drying in the winter air, and preparing preserved dishes that combine meat with their remaining barley to create lasting, nutritious food. One such dish resembles a pemmican, dried meat pounded with fat, and a small amount of dried berries, forming a highly caloric food that will remain edible for weeks. Another approach creates a type of sausage using the intestinal casings, meat scraps, blood, and barley, which is then smoked to extend its preservation via. The success of the hunting and fishing expeditions has dramatically improved the household's prospects, but Ragnhild and Eirik maintain careful management of their resources. They understand that late winter and early spring, what they sometimes call the starving time, remains a dangerous period when stored foods are depleted but new sources are not yet available. Their experience has taught them that premature celebration and wasteful consumption have doomed many communities that survived most of winter only to face starvation in its final weeks. Norse tradesmen. As February gives way to March, the daily light noticeably increases, though true spring thaw remains weeks away. The household has settled into a new pattern of consumption that, while still limited compared to summer abundance, provides adequate nutrition for survival and basic functioning. The remaining winter stores, supplemented by the hunting and fishing windfall, are carefully rationed to last until the first spring foods become available. Young nettles, birch sap, early eggs from returning birds, and eventually fish returning to spawn in nearby waterways via. Throughout the remainder of winter, the household continues to seek supplementary food sources. Traps for small game, squirrels, rabbits, occasional foxes, provide small but welcome additions to their stores. The successful techniques for finding lichen and inner bark continue to be employed, though with less desperation than before. The hunting success. Ice fishing at a nearby lake yields occasional catches, each celebrated as evidence of the gradually awakening natural world Norse tradesmen. As the first serious thaw begins, revealing patches of ground beneath the retreating snow, the household's focus shifts toward the future. The remnants of winter stores must be carefully managed to bridge the gap until genuine spring abundance, but attention increasingly turns to preparation for the new growing season. Seed grain, which fortunately did not have to be consumed due to the hunting success, is checked and prepared for planting. Fishing equipment is repaired in anticipation of the spring runs. Plans are made for gathering expeditions to collect the first edible spring plants via. In this transitional period between winter scarcity and spring renewal, the Longhouse community can finally acknowledge what they have accomplished. Through careful preservation techniques established in autumn, disciplined consumption throughout winter, flexible response to unexpected challenges, and successful exploitation of hunting and fishing opportunities, they have survived another northern sphere winter. Not all Norse communities are so fortunate. News will eventually arrive of hardships in other settlements, some resulting in loss of life from starvation or related illnesses. Norse tradesmen. The experience of managing the winter's larder, from its careful stocking in autumn to its disciplined depletion during the dark months, to the desperate innovations of late winter, and finally the bridge to spring renewal, represents one of the definitive challenges of Norse existence. The community's success in this challenge relies on multiple factors: practical knowledge of preservation techniques, mathematical understanding of consumption rates, social cohesion that enables sharing and sacrifice when necessary, flexible response to changing conditions, and psychological resilience in the face of scarcity via. As the Longhouse doors increasingly stand open to admit spring air and extended daylight, the physical evidence of winter's larder gradually disappears. The last preserved meats consumed, the final barrels of stored vegetables emptied, the remaining dried herbs used in meals or medicines. But the knowledge that made this survival possible remains, ready to be employed again when autumn returns and the cycle of preservation and consumption begins anew. This knowledge, passed from generation to generation and refined through centuries, of experience represents one of the most significant cultural adaptations of the Norse people to their challenging northern environment, an essential element of the resilience that defined their civilization, Norse tradesmen. The crackling of the central hearth fire breaks the pre-dawn stillness inside the longhouse, casting flickering shadows across sleeping forms huddled on the platforms along the walls. It is mid-December in a settlement near what will eventually be known as Trondheim, Norway, around the year 930 CE. Outside, the darkness is absolute. At this latitude in winter, true daylight will make only a brief appearance during the middle hours of the day. Inside, the first stirrings of the household begin as Thyra, the lady of the Longhouse, rises to tend the fire. Life in Norway. This is no ordinary December day. It marks the beginning of what the Norse call Yule, the midwinter celebration that will continue for several nights. The timing is determined not by a fixed calendar date, but by careful observation of the moon and stars, part of the intricate knowledge of celestial movements passed down through generations. For the household of Hakon Sigurdsson, a respected carl with a prosperous farmstead, the coming festival represents not merely a break from winter routine, but a vital spiritual occasion when the boundary between the human world and the realm of gods and spirits grows thin. Hurstwick. Thyra moves quietly through the longhouse, her status as household mistress evident in her deliberate actions and the small silver Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, pendant that hangs at her throat. At 45, she has overseen many Yule celebrations, and her preparations follow patterns established through decades of observance. First, she carefully builds up the central hearth fire, adding selected woods, oak for strength, pine for purification, that carry symbolic significance for the festival. Unlike the everyday pragmatic fire tending, this morning's task is performed with ritual care, accompanied by whispered words asking for the gods' attention and favor. Hurstwick. As the fire grows stronger, illuminating the interior of the longhouse, other household members begin to stir. The building houses approximately 25 people, Hakon and Thyra, their grown children and their families, a few unmarried relatives and several thralls, enslaved workers. The physical arrangement of their sleeping spaces on the platforms along the walls reflects the social hierarchy, with the most prestigious positions near the western end, where Hakon and Thyra sleep, and the lowest status inhabitants, the thralls, situated near the eastern end close to the animal stalls, the warrior lodge. One of the first to rise after Thyra is her daughter-in-law, Astrid, who joins her near the fire. Together they begin preparations for the special morning meal that will start the Yule celebrations. From storage containers beneath the sleeping platforms, they retrieve items reserved specifically for festival occasions: honey, nuts, dried fruits, and a small amount of precious imported spices obtained through trade. These will transform the usual morning porridge into something worthy of the sacred occasion. While the women prepare the meal, Hakon and his eldest son Orm emerge from their sleeping areas and move to the high seat near the western end of the longhouse. Like Thyra, Hakon wears symbols of religious significance. A Thor's hammer amulet hangs at his neck, and a small silver representation of a boar, sacred to Freya, god of fertility and prosperity, is pinned to his winter cloak. At 53, Hakon has lived through enough winters to understand the profound importance of the Yule celebration in ensuring the community's spiritual and physical survival through the darkest time of the year. Hurstwick. As full daylight slowly emerges outside, a dim bluish illumination that barely qualifies as day compared to summer's brightness, the entire household gathers for the morning meal. Before eating begins, Hakon rises from the high seat and performs the first ritual act of Yule. Raising a specially carved drinking horn filled with ale that has been brewing since autumn specifically for this occasion, he pronounces a formal toast to the gods. First to Odin, the All-Father, for wisdom to survive the winter. Then to Thor for strength and protection of the household. Finally, to Freya and Freya for fertility and prosperity in the coming year, Hurstwick. After taking the first ceremonial drink, Hakon passes the horn to Thera, who adds her own brief invocation before drinking. The horn then circulates among all 3 members of the household, each adding personal prayers or thanks according to their individual concerns. A mother asking for her child's health, a young man seeking success in spring raiding, an elder requesting peaceful passage when death eventually comes. Even the thralls, who normally eat after the 3 members have finished, are permitted to witness this ritual, though they do not participate directly in the toasting the warrior lodge. The meal that follows exhibits both the material abundance, made possible by careful food preservation, and the spiritual significance attached to specific foods during Yule. The porridge is enriched with honey, representing the sweetness of life returning after winter darkness. Nuts and seeds symbolize potential and rebirth. Bread baked in the shape of the sun, or boar-shaped cookies honoring Freya's sacred animal, connect the food directly to the deities being propitiated. Even the arrangement of dishes on the table follows patterns that hold religious meaning, with circular placements representing the eternal cycle of seasons via. After the meal, the Longhouse becomes a center of focused activity, as final preparations for the evening's more elaborate celebrations are undertaken. The interior space, which serves multiple functions throughout the year, is transformed for the festival. Fresh rushes mixed with dried herbs are spread on the floor, replacing the older floor covering and filling the air with aromatic scents. Extra oil lamps, simple vessels of soapstone filled with fish oil, are positioned to provide additional light for the nighttime gathering. Benches are arranged to create a more formal seating area around the central hearth life in Norway. The day's preparations extend beyond the physical space to include the participants themselves. Household members wash more thoroughly than usual, using heated water and soap made from ash and animal fat. Clean clothes, the best each person owns, are donned for the occasion. Hair is carefully combed and beards trimmed. Women and girls arrange their hair in special styles and add whatever ornaments they possess: bronze or silver brooches, colorful tablet-woven bands, glass beads for those wealthy enough to own them. These preparations reflect both religious reverence — one appears before the gods at one's best — and the social significance of the gathering, which serves to reinforce community bonds and status relationships via. Outside the Longhouse, other preparations continue despite the cold. In a cleared area near the settlement, older boys and young men construct a special bonfire for the evening's outdoor rituals. The precise arrangement of wood follows traditional patterns that ensure a proper burn while creating a visually impressive display. Nearby, Hakon and Orm prepare a wooden figure representing Freya, which will play a central role in the night's ceremonies. Carved from pine and adorned with symbols of fertility and prosperity, the figure embodies the god's presence among the celebrants, Hurstwick. As daylight, such as it is in the northern December, begins to fade by mid-afternoon, anticipation builds within the community. The Yule celebration represents far more than a break from winter routine. It carries profound cosmological significance as the time when the darkest point of the year is reached and surpassed, when the sun's declining path halts and begins its return. For the Norse, this astronomical reality is understood through religious narratives about the gods involvement in the cycle of seasons and the eternal battle between order and chaos. Light and darkness, Hurstwick. With darkness settling over the landscape, the household completes final preparations for the evening's festivities. A special feature of Hakon's Longhouse becomes central to the celebration: the high seat pillars. These wooden columns positioned near his seat of authority at the western end of the structure are elaborately carved with figures of gods and protective symbols. Installed when the Longhouse was built years earlier, the pillars were brought from the family's previous home, representing continuity with ancestors and a permanent connection to the divine world. For Yule, these pillars are decorated with evergreen boughs and red berries, symbolizing life persisting through winter's death, Hurstwick. As true night falls, guests from neighboring farmsteads begin to arrive, other carls of similar status, to Hakon with their immediate family members. Each arrival follows a ritual pattern of greeting, with formal exchanges between household heads that reaffirm social bonds and acknowledge the sacred nature of the occasion. Gifts are presented, practical items like forged iron tools, carved wooden containers, or lengths of woven cloth, but also specialty foods reserved for festival consumption or small decorative items that carry religious significance via. The Longhouse, designed to accommodate the extended household year-round, now fills with additional participants in the Yule celebration. The interior, transformed by special decorations and illuminated by more oil lamps and candles than would be used on ordinary nights, creates an atmosphere of warmth and ceremony against the profound darkness outside. The central hearth fire burns higher than usual, its light reflecting from the polished surfaces of ceremonial items brought out only for festivals. Drinking horns rimmed with silver, a special cauldron for the ritual feast, decorated bowls, and platters for serving special foods life in Norway. With all guests assembled, Hakon signals the beginning of the formal Yule celebration by standing before the high seat pillars. In his hands he holds a small wooden hammer, a representation of Mjolnir, Thor's weapon, and one of the most sacred symbols in Norse religion. With this he performs the hammer-hallowing ritual, moving the hammer in the sign of the hammer, similar to but distinct from the later Christian sign of the cross, over the assembled food and drink, the gathered participants, and the four corners of the Longhouse. This action consecrates the space and all within it, creating a sacred enclosure for communion with the divine Hurstwick. Following this consecration, the blot, sacrifice and feast, begins, the central religious ritual of Yule. In earlier times, and in some communities still, this would involve animal sacrifice with blood collected and sprinkled as an offering to the gods. In Hakon's household, the blot has evolved to focus primarily on offerings of food, drink, and precious items, though the language and ritual movements still reference the older blood sacrifice. A portion of the feast, the finest meat, bread, shaped in sacred forms, and the first pour from each beverage container is formally dedicated to the gods before human consumption begins Hurstwick. The feast itself represents the pinnacle of Norse culinary achievement, drawing on preservation techniques refined over generations to create a midwinter abundance that would seem impossible to outsiders. Smoked meats and fish, aged cheeses, bread made from carefully stored grain, dried fruits reconstituted and spiced with imported cinnamon and nutmeg, honey mead and strong ale brewed months in advance, all combine to create a sensory experience that transcends the usual winter.
Fare.
Even the arrangement and presentation of the food carries ritual significance, with circular patterns representing the sun and specific numeric groupings associated with different deities via. Throughout the feast, Hakon ensures that proper observance, of both religious protocols and social hierarchies is maintained. Food is distributed according to status, with the finest portions going to the most honored guests and household members. However, the sacred nature of the occasion modifies the usual strict divisions. All free participants receive at least some of the ritual foods, ensuring they share in the spiritual benefits of the celebration. Even the thralls, while clearly maintaining their subordinate position, receive better food than usual and are permitted to witness most aspects of the ceremony from appropriate distances, the warrior lodge. As the feast progresses, rituals blend with social celebration. Formal toasts continue, each dedicated to specific gods or ancestors, with the ceremonial drinking horn passing in patterns that reflect and reinforce community relationships. Stories are shared, not casual tales, but sacred narratives about the gods' adventures, the creation of the world, and the eventual Ragnarok, doom of the gods that lies in the future. These stories, performed by those recognized for their skill in remembering and reciting complex narratives, serve multiple purposes. Entertainment, certainly, but more importantly, the transmission of cosmological knowledge and reinforcement of cultural values via one particularly important narrative performed this night focuses on Thor's journey to the land of giants and his contests against impossible odds, a story that resonates deeply with the community's winter experience of struggling against overwhelming natural forces. The skilled storyteller, an elderly man named Grim who is related to Hakon by marriage, employs voice modulation, physical gestures, and even simple props to bring the tale to life. His performance is not mere entertainment but a form of religious observance, making the god's presence felt within the human community. Hurstwick. After the feast and storytelling, the celebration moves partially outdoors for specific rituals that must be performed under the night sky. Despite the bitter cold, all free members of the household and their guests don heavy cloaks and move to the area where the bonfire has been prepared. The fire is lit with solemn ceremony, its flames leaping toward the star-filled sky and creating a circle of light in the profound darkness of the winter night. This fire represents multiple layers of meaning: the returning sun, the protective power of the gods, the human community's defiance of winter's death-like grip. Hurstwick. Around this fire, with the wooden figure of Freya prominently placed, specific dances and movements are performed, not spontaneous revelry, but choreographed patterns passed down through generations, their meanings sometimes clear, sometimes obscured by time, but preserved through faithful repetition. Young men and women of marriageable age have particular roles in these dances, reflecting Freya's association with fertility and the community's interest in ensuring appropriate matches for the continuation of family lines. The movements often mimic natural cycles, death and rebirth, planting and harvest, connecting human celebration to cosmic patterns via. During this outdoor portion of the ceremony, offerings are made to the Landvetir, the land spirits believed to inhabit natural features surrounding the settlement. Small portions of food are placed at the bases of specific trees beside large stones or near the frozen stream. These offerings acknowledge the non-human powers that coexist with the human community and whose goodwill is essential for successful farming, hunting, and fishing when spring returns. Unlike the offerings to the gods, which are formal and communal, these offerings to local spirits are often more personal, with specific family members responsible for particular locations based on generations of practice. Hurstwick. As the outdoor rituals conclude, participants return to the warmth of the Longhouse for the final phase of the evening's celebration. Here, while some continue socializing and enjoying the remaining feast foods, others engage in divination practices specific to the Yule season. These activities, including rune casting, dream interpretation, and various forms of augury, take advantage of the thin boundary between worlds during the solstice period, Young people are particularly interested in divinations related to future spouses or children, while older community members seek insights about weather patterns, crop success, or potential threats in the coming year. Hurstwick. The night extends far longer than usual, with many participants maintaining vigil until dawn, itself a late event in the northern December. This wakeful night serves both practical and spiritual purposes. Practically, it allows the community to observe the sun's return, confirming that the turnaround from increasing darkness to increasing light has occurred. Spiritually, it represents humans participating in and supporting the cosmic struggle between light and darkness, lending their attention and energy to the sun's battle to return from its lowest point via. As the celebration finally winds down and guests prepare to return to their own settlements, a final ritual occurs. Each guest receives a small gift to carry home, often a candle, a specially prepared food item, or a token carved from wood. These items carry the spiritual potency of the celebration and help extend its protective and prosperity-bringing influence beyond Hakon's immediate household. In return, guests leave small offerings near the high seat pillars, coins, carved figures, special stones, or other items of personal significance, as thanks for the hospitality and shared spiritual experience. Hurstwick. In the quiet aftermath, as guests depart and household members finally seek rest, the Longhouse settles back into a more ordinary configuration, though still bearing the decorations and special arrangements of the festival. Yet something has changed. The community has passed through a significant spiritual threshold, reaffirming their connection to the gods, to each other, and to the natural cycles that govern their existence. The religious experience, centered in the hearth and spirits of the Longhouse, will sustain them through the remaining winter darkness, providing psychological resilience that complements their physical preparations for survival via. As dawn finally breaks, a brief, muted lightening of the eastern sky, the first day of Yule concludes, but the festival itself continues. For the next several days, through the winter solstice itself and beyond, the community will maintain a heightened state of celebration and ritual observance. Each day brings specific traditions, from games and contests that honor particular gods to specialized foods that carry symbolic meanings. The Longhouse, with its central hearth and sacred high seat pillars, will remain the focal point of these activities, its physical space both containing and enabling the spiritual practices that define the Norse relationship with their gods and the natural world. Hurstwick. 3 weeks have passed since the height of the Yule celebrations. The Longhouse of Hakon Sigurdsson has returned to its winter routine, with the special decorations removed and everyday activities resumed. Yet, subtle signs of the recent festival remain. A few evergreen boughs still hang from roof beams. The last of the special Yule ale is being consumed in carefully rationed portions, and conversations still reference memorable moments from the celebrations. More importantly, the spiritual renewal provided by the festival continues to sustain the community through the heart of winter darkness via. On this particular morning, an event of spiritual significance unfolds within the Longhouse. Not a grand community festival like Yule, but an intimate family ritual marking a personal transition. Sigrid, the 16-year-old daughter of Hakon and Thyra, has begun her first menstruation, signaling her transition to womanhood. In Norse culture, this biological event carries profound spiritual importance, connecting the young woman to Freya, goddess of fertility, love, and female power. Hurstwick. The ritual takes place in a corner of the Longhouse that has been partially screened with hanging textiles to create a temporary sacred space. Only women participate. Thyra leads the ceremony, with female relatives of various ages forming a circle around Sigrid. Each woman wears her finest brooches and ornaments, symbols of feminine power and prosperity. Small oil lamps create a circle of light in which the ritual unfolds, their flames representing Sigrid's entrance into a new phase of life, Herstwick. The ceremony centers around a small wooden figure of Freya, normally kept in a special chest and brought out only for women's rituals. Thyra places this figure on a small table covered with a finely woven cloth. Around it, she arranges specific objects, a spindle representing women's craft and contribution to household prosperity, a small knife symbolizing a woman's authority within her domain, a cup of mead for offering to the goddess, and a specially baked bread shaped to represent fertility, Herstwick. Thyra begins the ritual by calling upon Freya, her words formal and rhythmic, drawing on phrases and invocations passed down through generations of women. She speaks of the goddess's aspects, not just fertility, but also her roles as warrior, seer, and keeper of certain magical knowledge. This multifaceted divine feminine serves as a model for the complex roles Sigrid will now be expected to fulfill as an adult woman in Norse society via. Each woman in the circle then approaches Sigrid, offering a small gift and words of wisdom about womanhood. These gifts form her circa, a collection of personal items that will help establish her as an adult woman with specific rights and responsibilities. They include a key ring symbolizing household authority, a knife for both practical use and personal protection, a set of small weights for measuring valuable trade goods, and a spindle and wool for textile production, Herstwick. The ritual concludes with Thyra placing a new pendant around Sigrid's neck, a small silver representation of Freya's sacred necklace, Brisingamen. This jewel marks Sigrid's new status visibly to the community and serves as her personal connection to the goddess. A final prayer is spoken, and then the women share a small feast of foods associated with Freya. Honey cakes, apples stored since autumn, and a small portion of the remaining Yule ale, Herstwick. While this ceremony occurs in its screened-off sacred space, daily life continues in the rest of the Longhouse. Men and boys engage in indoor winter work, repairing fishing nets, carving wooden items, maintaining metal tools. They are aware of the women's ritual but respect its boundaries, understanding it as an essential part of the community's spiritual fabric, rather than something separate or irrelevant to their concerns. This integration of gender-specific spiritual practices within shared physical space characterizes the Norse approach to religion life in Norway. By midday, the women's ceremony concludes, and Sigrid emerges into the main area of the Longhouse, with her new status formally established. The entire household acknowledges this transition with appropriate responses. Adult men address her with the formal terms used for women rather than girls. Adult women include her in conversations, from which she was previously excluded, and children show her a new level of respect. These social acknowledgements are as important as the ritual itself in establishing her changed position. Twinkleper. The spiritual life of the Longhouse continues to unfold through ordinary activities that afternoon. Near one hearth, Hakon and two older men discuss preparations for a hunting expedition planned for the following day. Their conversation includes not just practical matters but invocations of Ulla, the god associated with hunting and winter. They examine the weather signs and share dreams from the previous night that might contain omens about hunting success. This integration of spiritual observation with practical planning characterizes the Norse approach to everyday spirituality, Herstwick. At another hearth, a seemingly mundane activity carries profound spiritual significance. An elderly woman named Gunhild, Hakon's aunt, sits working on a tablet-woven band of intricate design. To modern eyes, this might appear to be merely decorative craftwork, but within Norse understanding, the patterns she weaves contain protective magic. The specific arrangement of threads, the colors chosen, and even the rhythm of her breathing as she works all contribute to creating an object that will protect its wearer through spiritual means, Hurstwick. As evening approaches, another aspect of the Longhouse's spiritual life emerges, the role of storytelling in transmitting religious knowledge. After the communal meal, as darkness settles fully outside, household members gather near the central hearth. Tonight, it is Orm, Hakon's eldest son, who takes the role of storyteller. He recites a portion of the complex mythology surrounding the creation of the world, the establishment of cosmic order, and the eventual prophesied destruction at Ragnarok Hurstwick's. Orm's telling is not mere entertainment, but a form of religious observance. The story contains essential knowledge about the nature of reality, the relationship between humans and gods, and the ethical frameworks that should guide behavior. Children listen with wide eyes, absorbing cultural values and cosmic understanding. Simultaneously, adults, though familiar with the narratives, participate actively through responses at key moments and occasional questions that help clarify points for younger listeners via the storytelling session transitions naturally into discussion of dreams, another important aspect of Norse spirituality centered in the Longhouse. Several household members share significant dreams from recent nights, while others, particularly older women recognized for their interpretive skills, offer insights into their meaning. Dreams are understood not as mere products of individual psychology, but as potential messages from gods or ancestors, glimpses of possible futures, or warnings about unseen dangers. Hurstwick. Before the household settles for sleep, one final ritual occurs, the evening offering to the house spirits. While the grand gods like Odin, Thor, and Freya receive formal worship during festivals, daily spiritual practice focuses more on local powers that directly impact household well-being. Thyra places a small bowl containing a portion of the evening meal near the main support post of the Longhouse, an offering to the Nisa or Housewight believed to dwell within the structure itself, Hurstwick. This simple act of offering, performed every evening without the elaborate ceremony of festival occasions, represents the deeply integrated nature of spirituality in Norse daily life. The boundaries between sacred and secular, so firmly established in modern thinking, are nearly non-existent in the Viking Longhouse. The same space hosts both mundane activities like cooking and sleeping, and profound spiritual experiences like communion with gods and ancestors via. The following morning brings another dimension of Longhouse spirituality into focus, the role of physical objects in manifesting and channeling divine presence. As the household rises and prepares for the day, Hakon performs a brief ritual at the high seat pillars, touching them with reverence and speaking a short prayer for the household's protection. These carved wooden posts, brought from the family's previous dwelling when this longhouse was built, represent both connection to ancestors and the presence of guardian deities within the living space Hurstwick. Throughout the longhouse, other objects carry similar spiritual significance. The central hearth fire is not merely a source of warmth and cooking heat, but a manifestation of divine presence, requiring respectful treatment and occasional ritual acts to maintain its spiritual potency. Small carved figures tucked into roof, beams or wall crevices represent specific gods or protective spirits. Even utilitarian items like looms and cooking vessels have spiritual dimensions, their proper use and care considered partially religious obligations. Life in Norway. By mid-morning, an unexpected event brings the community's spiritual practices into sharp focus. A traveler arrives at the settlement, a man named Thorvald, who carries news from distant communities along with trade goods. His arrival in the depths of winter is unusual enough to be considered potentially significant in spiritual terms. After the practical matters of greeting and immediate hospitality are addressed, Håkon consults the rune sticks, small wooden pieces marked with runic symbols used for divination Hurstwick. The divination ritual takes place near the high seat, with household members gathering to witness this spiritual technology in action. Håkon casts the rune sticks onto a white cloth spread for the purpose, then interprets the patterns formed by their landing positions and the specific runes facing upward. This practice represents another aspect of Norse spirituality, the belief that divine will and cosmic patterns can be discerned through structured randomness, properly interpreted by those with appropriate knowledge. Hurstwick. The results of the divination are considered carefully before Thorvald is questioned about his journey and purpose. When his answers align with certain elements of the reading, particularly regarding difficult travel conditions and unexpected opportunities, this is seen as confirmation of the divination's accuracy and the god's attention to the household's concerns. The entire sequence, from the traveler's arrival to the divination to the questioning, represents the integration of practical, social, and spiritual dimensions of Norse life via. Thorvald's presence leads to another important spiritual practice centered in the Longhouse, the formal exchange of news and knowledge. After the evening meal, he takes the position of honored guest near the central hearth and shares information from his travels. This is not merely practical intelligence about weather conditions, political developments, or trading opportunities. Though it includes these elements, it is also a form of spiritual connection, linking the relatively isolated winter community to the wider Norse world and its shared cosmological understanding, life in Norway. Among the news Thorvald delivers is information about religious developments in southern regions, increasing pressure from Christian missionaries, and the responses of different communities to these new spiritual ideas. This sparks intense discussion among the household members about the nature of their own religious practices and the potential threats to traditional ways. Such conversations reveal the self-reflective dimension of Norse spirituality, not a static set of beliefs, but a living tradition capable of considering its own nature and relation to alternatives. Hurstwick. The next day brings yet another manifestation of spirituality within the Longhouse, the treatment of illness as both physical and supernatural phenomenon. A young child in the household has developed a persistent cough causing concern among family members. The response involves both practical and spiritual dimensions. Thyra prepares herbal remedies based on generations of accumulated knowledge about healing plants. Simultaneously, she performs Galda, magical chanting intended to drive away the sickness-causing spirits believed to be affecting the child. Hurstwick. This healing work occurs in full view of other household activities, not segregated as either purely medical or purely religious. Other women contribute to the effort by preparing special foods thought to restore strength, while an elderly woman creates a protective amulet for the child to wear. The entire approach demonstrates how Norse understanding of health integrated physical, environmental, and spiritual factors long before modern holistic health concepts attempted similar syntheses via. As the winter days continue their slow progression towards spring, the spiritual life of the Longhouse maintains this pattern of integration with everyday activities. Unlike religious systems that segregate sacred spaces, times, and personnel from ordinary existence, Norse spirituality weaves through the fabric of daily experience. The central hearth serves simultaneously as cooking fire, heat source, light, provider, craft center, and altar for divine communion. The high seat is both the household leader's practical command position and a place of special connection to gods and ancestors. Even ordinary activities like spinning, weaving, cooking, and toolmaking carry spiritual dimensions through their connection to divine prototypes and cosmic patterns. Hurstwick. This integration extends to the personnel involved in spiritual practices. While certain individuals, particularly older women, may have specialized knowledge of specific rituals, herbs, or divination techniques, the Longhouse contains no professional priesthood separated from ordinary productive roles. Hakon performs certain male-centered rituals by virtue of his position as household head, not because of specialized religious training. Thyra's leadership in women's ceremonies stems from her status as household mistress, combined with knowledge, acquired through life experience rather than formal religious education. Twinkle one evening, approximately a month after Yule, another significant spiritual event takes place in the Longhouse. A Disablot, a sacrificial feast dedicated to female divinities and ancestral mothers. While smaller in scale than the Yule celebrations, this women-centered observance represents another important strand in the complex weave of Norse religion. Preparations begin during the day, with special foods prepared, and the Longhouse arranged to accommodate the ritual needs. Hurstwick. Unlike some women's rituals that exclude male presence entirely, the Disablot allows men to witness and benefit from certain portions while reserving specific practices for female participants only. The ceremony begins with communal elements. Prayers led by Thyra but spoken by all, offerings of food and drink shared among divine and human recipients, and stories of female divinities and heroines that provide models for gendered behavior and values via. Following these shared observances, the men withdraw to one end of the Longhouse while the women engage in more specialized ritual activities at the other end. These include forms of divination specifically associated with female deities, the creation of protective amulets using technologies controlled by women, and the performance of certain Galder magical chants believed to influence fertility, childbirth, and child health. The spatial arrangement of the Longhouse, with its open central area but partially screened side platforms, perfectly accommodates this combination of shared and gender-specific spiritual practices. Life in Norway. When the gender-segregated portion of the ritual concludes, the household reunites for a feast that literally incorporates the spiritual potency generated by the ceremonies. Food and drink that have been blessed through contact with divine powers are consumed by all members of the household, including children and thralls. This consumption is understood not as mere nourishment, but as the integration of spiritual energy into physical bodies, another manifestation of the Norse understanding that material and spiritual realms exist in constant interaction rather than separation. Hurstwick. Throughout these varied spiritual practices, from grand communal festivals like Yule, to intimate family transitions like Sigrid's coming of age, to routine daily observances like the evening offering to house spirits, the Longhouse itself serves as both container and participant. Its physical structure, with central hearth, high seat pillars, and multifunctional spaces, enables the full range of Norse religious expression. Its very materials, wood from sacred trees, earth from ancestral lands, thatch and clay from the surrounding environment, connect human dwelling to the wider cosmos, understood through Norse cosmological frameworks. Life in Norway. The late winter sun casts long shadows across the snow-covered landscape as it begins its descent toward the western horizon. Inside Hakon's Longhouse, preparations are underway for a ceremony of particular spiritual significance, a ritual marking the transition from winter to spring. Though the ground remains frozen and true, spring is still weeks away. Subtle signs of the seasonal shift have been observed. Slightly longer daylight hours, the return of certain birds, changes in star positions that indicate winter's loosening grip. For the Norse, attuned to these natural indicators through generations of observation, it is time for the first of the spring ceremonies, Höstwicktage. This particular ritual focuses on awakening the land from its winter sleep, a spiritual practice that precedes the practical work of spring planting by several weeks. The ceremony centers around the Longhouse hearth but will extend to the surrounding land, combining indoor and outdoor elements appropriate to its threshold nature. Unlike the Yule celebration, which involved the entire local community, this ritual is primarily for Haakon's extended household, though a few close neighbors have arrived to participate via. The spiritual authority guiding this ceremony comes not from Haakon, but from the eldest woman in the household, Gunhild, his aunt, now in her 7th decade. While Haakon leads most public religious observations by virtue of his position as household head, certain ceremonies related to fertility, growth, and land renewal fall under female spiritual authority. Gunhild's age and experience, combined with her reputation for communicating effectively with land spirits, make her the natural leader for this particular ritual Höstwick. The central feature of the preparation is the creation of a symbolic representation of the sleeping landscape. On a large wooden platter near the hearth, Gunhild has arranged a miniature version of the settlement's environment, small stones representing hills, twigs forming tree shapes, dried moss for fields, and a shallow depression holding water for the nearby stream. This model serves as a ritual focus, allowing the household to address and influence the actual landscape through sympathetic magic performed on its representation via. Around this model landscape, Gunhild places specific items that will be used in the awakening ritual, a small hammer representing Thor's power to break winter's grip, a figure of a boar associated with Freya's fertility aspects, seeds saved from last year's harvest, a container of mead for offerings, and several small clay lamps that will provide ritual illumination. Each item has been prepared with appropriate prayers and practices during the preceding days, accumulating spiritual potency for this specific use, Höstwick. As the household gathers around this ritual arrangement, the atmosphere in the Longhouse shifts from the practical focus of daily work to a more formalized, attentive quality. Conversations quiet, movements become more deliberate, and attention centers on Gunhild as she takes her position near the model landscape. Even the thralls who participate peripherally in most religious observances are given positions where they can witness the ceremony, as their labor will be essential to the coming agricultural season, and therefore they too must be connected to this awakening ritual, the warrior lodge. Gunhild begins with a formal invocation, calling upon deities and powers associated with fertility and renewal, primarily Freya and Freya, the divine twins associated with prosperity and growth, but also Thor, whose spring rains and thunder break winter's hold, and Jord, the personified earth herself. The invocation follows traditional patterns familiar to all present, though Gunhild adds personal elements based on her specific relationship with these divine powers developed through decades of practice Höstwick. Following this invocation, the ritual proceeds through several distinct phases, each addressing different aspects of the awakening process. First, Gunhild focuses on the land spirits, the localized, non-human consciousnesses believed to inhabit natural features around the settlement. Using specific chants and gestures, she addresses these entities directly, thanking them for their hibernation that has allowed the land to rest and inviting them to gradually return to activity as the season changes. Small offerings of mead are sprinkled on the model landscape at points representing known spirit dwellings, a distinctive rock formation, an ancient tree, a certain bend in the stream, Höstwick. The second phase focuses on the human relationship with the land, acknowledging the mutual dependence of people and environment. Hakon joins Gunhild at the ritual space, representing the male complementary principle to her female leadership. Together they recite a dialogue that has been performed for generations. She speaking as the voice of the earth, he as the voice of human cultivators, each promising appropriate care and respect for the other's needs in the coming growing season. This formalized exchange renews the spiritual contract believed to underlie successful agriculture via. The third phase involves direct magical action upon the model landscape. Using the small Thor's hammer, Gunhild gently taps the miniature hills, fields, and frozen water, symbolically breaking winter's hold. As she does this, all participants join in a rhythmic chant that mimics the sound of spring thunder, building from quiet tapping to a crescendo of sound that fills the Longhouse. This sonic aspect of the ritual is understood to literally penetrate the physical world, carrying the community's intention into the frozen ground outside Hurstwick. Following this awakening through sound, the ritual incorporates warmth and light. The small clay lamps are lit from the central hearth fire and placed around the model landscape, their flames representing both the returning sun and the human intention to nurture growth. Thyra, as household mistress, takes a prominent role. In this phase, lighting each lamp while speaking the names of crops the family hopes to harvest in the coming season. The placement of each lamp corresponds to actual fields and growing areas around the settlement, again creating a sympathetic connection between ritual model and physical reality via. The final indoor phase of the ritual centers on the seeds that will eventually be planted. These have been carefully preserved from the previous year's best specimens, stored in special containers near the high seat to absorb beneficial influences from both human leadership and divine presence. Now, Gunhild takes these seeds and distributes a few to each adult member of the household. Each person cups the seeds in their hands, warming them with breath and speaking to them quietly. Personal messages of encouragement and intention that connect individual energy to the growth process. This seemingly animistic practice reflects the Norse understanding that consciousness exists in many forms throughout the natural world, including the regenerative power within seeds Hurstwick. With the indoor portions of the ritual completed, the household prepares for the outdoor elements that will conclude the ceremony. Despite the cold, all participants don outdoor clothing and follow Gunhild from the Longhouse into the late afternoon light. They form a procession that visits specific locations around the settlement, the edges of fields still covered with snow, the frozen stream, the animal pens, the fruit trees standing bare against the winter sky. At each location, appropriate offerings are made and brief prayers spoken, physically extending the awakening intention from the ritual model inside to the actual landscape Norse tradesman. This procession concludes at a specific location considered particularly sacred to the local land spirits, a distinctive arrangement of 3 large stones that predates human settlement in the area. Here, Gunhild performs the final elements of the awakening ritual, pouring offerings of mead onto the snow-covered ground and leading the assembled household in a song that calls the warming sun to return in fullness. The lyrics incorporate both practical knowledge about seasonal change and mythological references to Sunna, the personified sun, and her battle against winter forces Hurstwick. As twilight approaches, the household returns to the Longhouse for the feast that traditionally concludes this ceremony. The meal has been prepared during the ritual by those not directly participating, primarily younger children, and a few older individuals whose health prevents them from joining the outdoor procession. The food itself incorporates elements of sympathetic magic. Bread shaped like the sun, early spring greens carefully preserved from previous years, eggs that represent new life, and honey whose golden color invokes solar energy via. During the feast, Conversation centers around plans for the coming agricultural season. Which fields will be planted with what crops, where new fruit trees might be established, how labor will be allocated once the ground thaws enough for working. These practical discussions are understood not as separate from the ritual just performed, but as its direct continuation. The spiritual awakening of the land provides the necessary precondition for the physical work that will follow, while the physical work itself constitutes a form of ongoing ritual relationship with the awakened land and its spirits via. Before the household settles for sleep that night, one final ritual act occurs. Gunhild takes the model landscape that served as the focus for the indoor ceremony and, accompanied by Hakon and Thyra, carries it to a specific location near the edge of the settlement. There, the entire arrangement, stones, twigs, moss, and all, is left as an offering to the land spirits, a physical manifestation of the household's intentions and promises for the coming growing season. This act completes the ceremonial circuit, connecting indoor ritual space to outdoor world through deliberate placement of ritual objects in the landscape Hurstwick. The awakening ceremony, with its complex interplay of indoor and outdoor elements, human and non-human participants, symbolic representations and physical realities, exemplifies the sophisticated spiritual technology developed by Norse communities to navigate their challenging environment. Far from the simplistic nature worship, sometimes attributed to pre-Christian Europeans, this ritual demonstrates a nuanced understanding of interconnected systems, ecological, agricultural, social, and cosmic, all requiring appropriate attunement and adjustment to maintain beneficial relationships via. In the days following the awakening ceremony, subtle changes in household activities reflect its impact on both practical and spiritual dimensions of life. Preparations for spring planting intensify, with tools being repaired and seed stocks carefully assessed. Simultaneously, household members report dreams featuring land spirits or agricultural deities, which are interpreted as responses to the ritual invitation. These dreams receive serious attention during morning conversations around the hearth, with particularly significant ones recorded through memory and oral recitation for potential incorporation into family tradition. Hurstwick. The spiritual landscape of the Longhouse itself seems subtly altered in the ceremony's aftermath. The central hearth fire is maintained with particular care, understanding it as a microcosmic representation of the solar energy being invoked to warm the earth. Everyday activities like grinding grain or weaving take on additional significance, as participants consciously connect them to the larger patterns of renewal and growth initiated through the ritual. Even cleaning activities are performed with heightened awareness, understood as preparing the human dwelling to properly mirror the rejuvenation occurring in the natural world life in Norway. Approximately 2 weeks after the awakening ceremony, another significant spiritual event takes place within the Longhouse, this one centered on ancestors rather than land spirits or major deities. Throughout the winter, the presence of ancestral spirits has been acknowledged through small daily offerings and occasional stories recounting their deeds. Now, as the seasonal transition continues, a more formal ritual of ancestor veneration is performed, recognizing their role in establishing the agricultural practices that will soon be implemented again. Hurstwick, but this ancestor ritual has a different character from the land awakening ceremony, more somber, focused on continuity rather than transformation, emphasizing human lineage rather than environmental relationships. The high seat pillars, carved with representations of family ancestors and brought from previous dwellings, become the focal point. Special cloths are draped over these pillars, food and drink offerings are placed at their base, and the genealogy of the family is formally recited by Hakon, tracing connections back through known generations to semi-mythical founders. Hurstwick. The presence of ancestors within the Longhouse is not understood as metaphorical or symbolic, but as literal, though not visible to ordinary perception. Certain individuals, particularly older women with specific gifts, claim to sense these presences more directly. Gunhild, sitting near the high seat pillars during the ancestor ritual, occasionally murmurs as if in conversation with unseen persons, sharing insights ostensibly received from these ancestral sources. These communications typically include practical advice about the coming agricultural season based on generations of accumulated experience via. The ancestor ritual exemplifies another aspect of the Longhouse as spiritual center. Its function as a place where time operates differently than in the outside world. Within its walls, past, present, and future exist in dynamic relationship rather than linear sequence. The ancestors invoked during ritual are understood to be simultaneously of the past and present in the current moment. Similarly, through certain divinatory practices performed as part of the ritual, future possibilities are made accessible to current awareness, allowing the community to adjust plans based on these glimpses ahead. Hurstwick. As true spring finally approaches, with snow beginning to melt and the first birds returning to established territories, the spiritual activities within the Longhouse intensify and diversify. Each household member prepares in both practical and religious dimensions for the coming season of outdoor work and expanded social interaction. Personal amulets are created or renewed to provide protection during travels that will soon be possible. Specialized tools that carry both practical and ritual significance, like the first plow that will break the earth or the boats that will be launched for fishing, receive blessings and decorative elements that secure divine favor via. 1. Particularly important spiritual preparation involves the creation of new fire. Though the central hearth of the Longhouse has been maintained continuously throughout winter, tradition calls for it to be extinguished and ritually rekindled as part of the transition to spring. This ceremony, led jointly by Hakon and Thyra, involves the entire household gathering around the hearth as the old fire is allowed to die completely. After a period of darkness and silence, a dramatic experience in a dwelling normally illuminated and warmed by constant flame, new fire is created through friction methods, with specific woods chosen for their symbolic associations with strength and fertility. Hurstwick. The rekindling of the hearth fire serves multiple spiritual purposes. It ritually cleanses the central energy point of the Longhouse, removing any negative accumulations from the winter period. It synchronizes the household's energy with the increasing strength of the sun. It provides an opportunity for renewed commitment to maintaining proper relationships with the divine powers associated with fire. And it creates a powerful communal experience, the shared moments of darkness, followed by the re-emergence of light and warmth, that reinforces social bonds and collective identity at a time when the household will soon disperse for varied spring and summer activities via. As the true spring thaw finally arrives and the landscape awakens in response to both natural cycles and ritual invocation, the spiritual focus of the Longhouse begins its seasonal shift from primarily indoor to increasingly outdoor practices. The building itself, with its central hearth, high seat pillars, symbolic decorations, and accumulated spiritual energy from winter rituals, has served as the container and enabler of Norse religious life through the challenging winter months. Now, as the community prepares to spread outward for farming, fishing, trading, and potentially raiding, the spiritual foundation established within the Longhouse will extend into these wider activities. Life in Norway. The Norse understanding of sacred space differs fundamentally from later European concepts of designated religious buildings separated from everyday life. For Hakon's household and other Norse communities, the Longhouse serves simultaneously as dwelling, workspace, social center, and temple. The hearth at its center is at once cooking fire, heating source, light provider, and altar for communion with divine powers. The high seat combines functions of practical authority, social status marker, and connection point to ancestral and divine worlds. Every corner of the structure potentially hosts interactions between human and non-human consciousnesses, gods, ancestors, land spirits, and housewights, Hurstwick. This integration of spiritual and practical dimensions extends beyond the physical space to encompass the community's understanding of time, work, identity, and purpose. The religious practices centered in the Longhouse, from elaborate seasonal festivals to daily offerings at the hearth, create a continuous awareness of human existence as embedded within larger patterns of meaning. Each household member, regardless of age, gender, or status, participates in maintaining these connections, though with different roles and levels of authority appropriate to their position. Twinkle. As spring fully establishes itself and the community's activities increasingly move outdoors, the Longhouse continues to serve as spiritual anchor point, the place where morning and evening rituals maintain connection with protective powers, where weekly gatherings renew communal bonds, where seasonal ceremonies mark the turning of the agricultural year. The building itself, with its smoke-darkened timbers, worn threshold stones, and heritage-filled interior, stands as physical manifestation of the continuity between generations, between human and divine, between material necessity and spiritual meaning, life in Norway. For modern visitors imagining themselves transported to this 9th century world, the spiritual dimensions of Longhouse life might be among the most challenging aspects to fully comprehend. The constant awareness of divine and spiritual presences, the integration of religious practice with everyday activities, the community-based rather than individual approach to spiritual matters, and the central importance of maintaining proper relationships with non-human powers, all represent profound differences from contemporary spiritual paradigms dominated by either institutional religion or secular materialism via. Yet in this different understanding of the relationship between human dwelling and cosmic order lies perhaps the most significant insight to be gained from exploring the hearth and spirits of the Viking Longhouse. For the Norse, the boundaries between human and non-human, natural and supernatural, practical and spiritual, were permeable rather than rigid. Their dwellings reflected and enabled this integrated worldview, creating spaces where multiple dimensions of existence could interact for the benefit of the community. The Longhouse, far from being merely a primitive shelter against harsh northern conditions, represented a sophisticated technology for navigating physical, social, and spiritual landscapes simultaneously. Hurstwick. This integration offered pragmatic benefits beyond religious satisfaction. By understanding their dwellings as participating in larger patterns of meaning and relationship, the Norse created psychological resilience against the challenges of their environment. The Longhouse, experienced as alive with divine and ancestral presences, provided not just physical shelter, but existential security, a sense of being at home in the cosmos despite harsh conditions and ever-present dangers. This spiritual technology, centered in the hearth and spirits of the Longhouse, contributed significantly to the remarkable adaptability and cultural resilience that characterized Norse civilization through centuries of challenge and change via